Vibe blowing up the J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping up the bag. Vibe blowing up my J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping up the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Gonna run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and the recognized symbol of YouTube and excellence and edutainment. It is the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne that is Ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, Notorious One, aka Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you were the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood, CGA, and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the after pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me Bapi Malo, Hentai CGA, the Lord of the Lings, Greg Fu Young, or the Benevolent Monarch CGA, James Bond, C. God Allah, and you're looking at the reigning, defending, and undisputed 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. All right, we got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to talk about Pookies finally acknowledging that they're losing market share in the dating and mating marketplace to sugar daddies and tricks. All right, shout out to you right quick.
Get 'em, daddy.
It's Get 'em Daddy season.
Okay, daddy.
And they're losing a great market share of their hoes and bitches to sugar daddies, tricks, and to simps.
Get 'em, daddy.
All right, we got that coming up later on in today's show, plus an update from the Adam 22 divorce. All right, the woman who allegedly filed for the divorce is speaking out and even catching Adam 22 off guard as well. We got that and a potential lie that she told related to that. Also, old school. We got the old school meet the new school. How different old school people used to be out here in these ecclesiastical streets.
In these streets.
In these ecclesiastical streets. We got two old school people, a young person and an old person. And we're going to compare it to the new people out here in these streets before we get to the main event. But to contribute to today's show, $, the notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the bottom of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel.
New world order.
Thank you for being here. It is Friday, so we are ready for...
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend?
We ready for the weekend, and we're getting into the heat here in Nevada. It is summertime, early in the morning, 8:25 on your clock. I know a lot of people are watching me from the Central and the Eastern Standard Time, but it's almost afternoon for you people here, but it is still early in the morning. The Boss Up Show, man. It's early in the morning here. I've been up since 5:25, putting in the work, getting ready for the day's show. And it's we're going to have a little bit of fun. But anyway, let me get to the earlier contributors to today's show. How about we do that and acknowledge the people who have supported to keep this show going on. And we're going to start with Paris Francais. Well, we're going to call him Paris F. And he says, showing support, Money Mindset member, Free Agent Lifestyle for life. And he is a member of the Shield. With an early co-sponsorship. Shout out to you, man, for contributing to the show and keeping the show going. All right, appreciate you guys. You keep the show going and keep me up here, giving this message here. But today's message is going to be for these Pookies. All right, the Pookies are irate right now. The Pookies are irate. Shout out to Joel C. says, okay, I think, okay, that was from yesterday, but shout out to Joel C. Hustle Every Day says a single dollar in 1968 bought what was required for about $9.57 today. We are beyond booked. He says we have to somehow transfer this debt somewhere else. Bitcoin ain't it. Well, I got something to say about that. Maybe on later on in today's show talking about this, the massive amount of inflation that has hit us. It wasn't an overnight thing. In fact, inflation is a normal part of our economy, but perhaps there is an out for the broke niggas today. For the people who didn't, for the people who feel like they can't make it today, I do possibly have a trade-off for you as a means to make it. How about that? All right, how about that? I got a way for you to make it here. All right, I don't know if you'll like it. Of course, you might not like it, because anytime I give people a solution or a trade-off, they tend to not like it. Some people like it, but the people who don't like it, they get pissed. And I'm like, well, what else do you want me to do? We need to stop the system. I'm like, no, we can't do that. I'm not going to go out there and get shot up and killed and stabbed and maimed and in prison for you goofy ass niggas. Not me. All right, you do it. You go run out in the street. You stand in front of tanks. Caitlin says, a manosphere creator. Okay. All right. But we're not going to give him any time of the day there. He's a known hater. But this guy had to leave America and move to Asia because he doesn't like American women himself. He also never been married. These dudes who critique you are fake. Somebody tried to critique me. He's a hating ass nigga, but he had a chance to meet me face to face in Las Vegas and he decided not to. I was waiting for him. All right. But these guys want to talk shit behind camera. I have no respect for. Plus he's never been with an attractive woman in his life. So why would I take his opinion of it? Weirdos, these manosphere weirdos. Okay. I can't deal with manosphere weirdos. You know what I mean? But look, I don't mind a critique. I don't mind a good critique of CGA. I just can't deal with manosphere weirdos. All right, but anyway, I don't like the manosphere and the weirdos. And plus, I've never got BBL. I've never got a BBL either. Shout out to what do we got here? Let me see if we got another person on the Cash App. Is shout out to our brother Mike F. He says free agent lifestyle and de-evolution are my Bible right now. Let's win. It's going to tell you what's going on. It's going to tell you what's going on. The free agent lifestyle and de-evolution are his Bible right now. It's going to get you to the next level. Get you to the next level. All right, Miles. And it's Iggy says another great week of shows, Coach. Looking forward to the weekend and seeing you on Locals and Money Mindset on Sunday. Salute CGA. We might have to do Locals on Saturday, so stay tuned. And I'm gonna be moving around the world and so I should be ready for Sunday as well. But there also gonna be some calico there. We gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. But if you're not on Coach Greg Adams on locals.com or the Money Mindset, well, you missing out, but it's your fault. All right, it's your fault. What do we got here? We got some people over on the Ko-Fi that we need to acknowledge early this morning, but I wish I could because it's refreshing. I try to get it and refresh the screen here. MC Hamster says, if Sir Mix-a-Lot is making remixes, Baby Got Back Taxes with chart number 1. People have the income but no discipline, like CGA said. Once they get on the train, they can't get off. Eaten alive and digested slowly by compound interest. What's up for the weekend? It's over for the...
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
A lot of people are going to be, it is what it is, consumed. All right? They're consumers and they're going to get consumed and gobbled up. But like I said, I do have a solution for them. All right? They may not like it, but it could be a solution for them. All right? It's not exactly, well... maybe I'll tell you later. Donnie says, I'm currently reading Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. In these difficult economic times, quote was noteworthy to me. He says, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Boss up out here, gentlemen, right here.
Boss up,
I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. It is all up to you, whether you refuse to acknowledge it or not. You got to get through the most trying times. In fact, I was listening to a video of a lady earlier today, a young lady, and she's on this manifest stuff. You know, I'm not a big manifester per se. All right. I believe that I'm in the act of manifesting, but I don't call it manifesting. I just call it something different. I'm just like, this is intense focus. This is me moving towards my goal, but people will call it manifesting. And it's a typical word of witchcraft that women will use to have wealth appear out of nowhere. That's why I don't use the term manifesting. But she said something interesting. And this is true. In times where you are wishing that your financial fortunes turn around, in essence, and I'm paraphrasing, you're going to be dealt a hand that is worse than the hand that you have in front of you right now. Okay? You're going to be so you want to go to the next level. It is more than likely you're going to be stripped of almost everything that you have, or you have to give it up, or you're going to be dealt a major setback to make you grind harder to get to where you need to be. Okay. And that's a difficult thing for people to understand, because what they want to do is they want to wear silk pajamas and then become a champion, right? They want to actually move themselves to the point where they accumulate all these things, and then they win. All right. That's typically not how it works unless you actually have played that from the beginning. But sometimes when you're trying to take a great leap from one level to the next, you might be stripped of everything you might have. Now, the Lord might do this. The gods, whoever you pray to, might do this. Oh, you want to get to this level? Okay, we take away everything and you'll be stripped of it and you'll be homeless, right? You'll lose your family, your marriage, your wedding. You'll lose your wife. And that's to get to the next level. And you won't understand why am I? Well, you don't realize in the act of trying to get to that step where you're trying to get to riches, it might require you a great sacrifice of losing everything. And that's mostly how it's done. In fact, if you look at people who are self-made, most of the time they came from some sort of tragic downfall. And some people think that this is a grift. All these people want to tell you the rags to riches story. But really, the reality is a lot of people do come from rags to riches. If you look at the data, most of the people who are considered wealthy or millionaires are self-made, and they're going to have a tragic tale or a story. It's not that they arrived there in comfort. It's that they arrived there in tragedy. They arrived there overcoming adversity. And even when they made decisions, the decisions were not easy to be made. They had to go into an act of war to be able to get out of that situation. They actually had to change themselves, change their entire mindset, put on the camouflage and get in there and dig in and make choice after choice after choice right all the way up. It ain't like they made choices in comfort on the way up. Is that they had to make difficult choices along the way that a lot of people are not prepared to make because they want to be comfortable. They want to be comfortable. They want to be comfortable making decisions. Oh, the decisions you made to become wealthy, it must have been easy to make. No, they were all difficult decisions. And a lot of people don't want to make those decisions, or they don't want to make them decisions timely. All right. There's many times you down to your last $4,000 of credit. And this is it. Okay. This is it. And then you're like, should I roll the dice? And you roll the dice. Yeah. Likelihood you're going to lose. But a lot of people were in that situation like, this is it right here. If you look up the story, I believe FedEx, they were down to their last extension of credit, and that was it. And that's how they overcame. It's the real deal. And if anybody want to know, because we're almost at 1,000 people, and that's when people start to tune in and pay attention here. For people who want to know how to make it, right? For people who want to know how to make it out of their difficult times, if you're not willing to have a great sacrifice and a major setback, I'll introduce to you some sort of servitude or slavery. I don't understand. I mean, this is how the world has actually gone along. All great empires have some sort of servitude or slavery. It is when everybody thinks they have the capacity to be wealthy and rich and accumulate debt and not pay it off is when an empire collapses. So all great empires have some sort of servitude. And I would suggest that the ladies, if you want to be a part of CGA's 100 concubine of hoes, all right, you can actually submit yourself over here really quickly. Gentlemen, I don't know if you guys, you can't join. So perhaps you're going to have to be in some sort of labor, if you will. But if you've collected a lot of debt, it's your time to turn over your body and your soul for a period of time until that debt is paid off. All right. Yeah, that's how we've always done it. If you look at the history of slavery and servitude, that's how it's always been done. When you get in significant amount of debt, you must become a servitude or slave. Even chattel slavery, that's how it's done. I don't know if you guys know that or aware of it. New world order. I don't know if you're aware of it, but that's how it's done. That's how it's typically done. But of course, we live in a society where we look at slavery or servitude as a negative. I mean, some sort of indentured servitude is required. Now, you guys already do this, but you have the illusion that you're free. Well, over here, you won't be free. You're definitely going to be a slave. All right. So I don't know what you want. And you niggas want to guard my hoes. Yes, you're going to have to become a eunuch to guard my women of the concubine. But that's where I'm headed with this. I don't know if you guys want. I told you wouldn't like it. But a lot of you guys are just going to be situated in servitude, especially if you don't change your mindset. All right, anyway, shout out to our brother that says, Miles C says, a popular passport bro just made a critical mistake of making a YouTube channel for his attractive African girlfriend. He said, give it 6 months to a year and you'll be doing a story on him. Men never learn. Send it. I don't know who you're talking about, so that's interesting. I don't even know what to say about it. But he said a popular passport bro just made a YouTube channel for his attractive African girlfriend. Yeah, but typically when this happens, there's some sort of business agreement that they've made. He probably has the capabilities to do this on YouTube, and he's looking to monetize himself and possibly the girl related to this. But, you know, this could be an act of unintentional raising of her marketplace, because when she gets exposure, she'll probably understand that, well, you're no longer needed. I have access to other men. I have access to other avenues to earn money. And, well, that could be a part of the agreement as well. But we don't know. That could be part of the agreement. He could already have that built in, and there could be a business agreement, because that's what I would do if I would do it. And not to say I would never do that, but that's what I would do. I would make sure that there would at least be a business agreement related to that. And of course, all relationships are going to end. So you do have to have an exit plan. Okay. All right. All right. Somebody said, let me check the SoFi donation. That's what I'm doing now. All right. But you got to be patient because people have already donated before I started the show. That's why I'm doing the earlier contributors. Now, if you just contributed, the likelihood, if you contributed just right now, the likelihood that I'm going to read it right now is slim to none. These people have already donated probably an hour or two before I got on the show. So if you just hit donation, you're going to have to sit back and wait. That's how that shit works. It might be an hour from now till I read that shit. An hour. It could be a motherfucking hour before I get to that. So if you just clicked and sent it, you're going to have to wait an hour before I get around to it. Trying to rush me. I'm reading the people who donated in timely manner. Matter of fact, the first person to donate this morning was at 7:34, an hour before the show. I just read his chat. That was an hour before the show. All right, sit back and wait, nigga. That's what you gonna do. Early bird gets the worm. Jesus. All right, anyway, sit back and wait. Don't rush my motherfucking progress. Now, let's get back to the part that we need to talk about here. We're gonna get into it. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We're gonna rush into some good humor. Let's have a little bit of fun here. Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Hey, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, do me a favor. Just give me the lights. Don't pass a scroll. Mugga, low. Straggle Sniggle Theater, we have a young lady out here living the van life. All right. Oh, my goodness. All right. Shout out to this young lady here. You got to let me know if you going or not. More and more women will be living lives like this because, well, you know, women living life in survival mode is what they do. And they will live down into the worst possible situation and call it an A+ life when it's actually a D. Here it is right here. Take a look at this. All right. Nice little. All right. She definitely got something to sell and she got some money maker right in there. She got a money maker, a nice little flat back, changing her bra and panties right here in the van. And yes, even with a nice young body like that, ample fertility, she's still out here choosing to live in a van. Well, that tells you there is something else going on here. A lot of mental health. She definitely been ran through by Chads and Tyrones. You can see that she has tattoos all over her body. But there she is choosing to live in a van. She possibly has extensive amount of debt. Her money is being spent on converting this van. You know, we've all been there. And on camera equipment and making YouTube content out of it. There she is taking a shower. And who's still going to hit? All right. Definitely somebody's still going to hit. There she is right there. Ain't even showered or nothing. All right. I don't even know what's going on there. People are asking her how she showered. And there she is putting a sticker. She got some mental health issues, potentially some drug addiction as well. I'm not even going to trip. This woman definitely is getting off some drugs here. If I dive deep enough into her content, you could possibly see that she's definitely into some drug habits there. But take a look at that right there. Who's still clapping that she didn't watch that Padusi? All right, who's still clapping? All right, people still, there she is changing her drawers. All right, and she probably could sell a little punani out in the hotel room and then go back right to that van. All right, yes, indeed. She wrote graffiti right there, right over there on her body. But this is going to be the new state of where modern women are going to be. They're going to choose this lifestyle. And whether to get married, yeah, they ain't got no time to marry you goofy ass niggas. And neither do you want to marry a lot of these women. These women are just for fun. Okay, these women don't want to settle down. These women want to throw punani out here and get ramrodded and then recover from their mental health issues and their drug dependency here. And people thinking I'm jumping to conclusions. I'm going to show you real quick here. There she is right there. Nice little tight tummy, tightly packed as I called it right here. But I'm going to show you real quick. Actually, I'll just dive deep into her content just so you guys can see what's going on here. She's a musician. All right, which means drugs. All right, she definitely on some drugs. Musician, people be on drugs. I'm pretty sure if I go down far enough, she's going to talk about her recovering from some sort of addiction. She got animals everywhere. Yep, these are your future daughters right here. These are your future daughters. She's a vegan. Yep, cuckoo. She's in van life. Yep, okay. Yeah, man, she got a lot going on. She got a lot going on out here. She likes to wake up in a van. She definitely on some drugs, just so you guys know here. But this is the state of where women want to be free. Out here in the wild, in the wilderness. There she is again. She likes, okay, that's her thing. Putting on clothes and okay, that's her lead in. All right, so people can watch. All right, there's your future wife. And there's your future daughters right there, living that wild, independent, and free life. Oh, there it is. There's the doobie. Which doobie you be? All right, there. I saw it. She was smoking a joint. There she is washing her hair. Who's still gonna smash? Who's still smashing? All right, that's indeed here. All right, back to the hippie days. Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have Druski back with another great skit. All right, a great skit about something that I've been concerned about a long time, about old heads refusing to grow up. Okay, old heads refusing to grow up. So let's go ahead and take you to Druski with another great skit. Name somebody you know like this. Name somebody you know like this.
I raise all these niggas. I raise all these niggas. I raise these niggas. The young nigga look up to me, man. Shin generation of the hood, man. Show love to your hood, man. Y'all nigga come back and feed the streets. Be a big homie to your hood, man. You nigga love me out here.
All right, look at how there's the YN.
I be that Pyro 1560 bloodhound.
Oh, yeah, this is bad right here. Yeah. Okay. So we got old heads that never want to leave the hood. He raised these YNs. You know what I mean? Steven Jackson comes to mind. I'll go to O Block and I check in. Nigga, you a millionaire. You a grown ass man. Going to O Block and checking in is crazy to me. What about Jim Jones? Jim Jones on one of these sites caught a lot of wreck. All right, they said this was essentially Jim Jones. Okay, there's a lot of dudes on the internet, unfortunately, in the YouTube space that get credibility like this. They're like super old, 45, 50, 55, still talking about gang banging activity and still talking about how the gangs do this and how to check into that. Like, you like, what? Like, what are you talking about, bro? You old. Go sit down. Like, well, y'all still out here running around in the street with these young, musty ass niggas. These young, musty ass niggas. Like, nobody care about you and these musty ass niggas.
I'm finna start this streaming shit. Yeah, I'm finna start getting on live mode.
All right, so he gonna start streaming. All right, there you go right there. All right, I mean, listen, I'm an older guy and I stream, but come on, man. All right, I've been streaming since I was a young nigga, or at least a unk.
Yeah. Bro, you just know how this shit be, bro. Like, I don't ask nobody for shit, dog. I appreciate the unicorn. Y'all send a galaxy. Y'all send a galaxy in the chat.
The same partner right here with little.
Same shit. That same spot. Right here. I was with their daddy. I was with their daddy around that time.
I don't even know what happened.
I do when I listen, people critique when old dudes do this and try to act like they cool in the hood. That shit is just so crazy to me. I do not understand it, bro. I mean, I get it. You don't have to grow up, but come on, man.
Nigga about this tall, man.
So let's talk about them allegations. How your lawyer be deported?
No. I was facing 40. It was a probation violation.
Then they be lying about their criminal past. All right. And then they on the internet snitching. All right, lying about their criminal past at the same time. All right, I caught this and I did 25 years. And then when you go back, they ain't do no 25 years. I caught this and I had a probation violation.
What I went when I raised these folks, man. Hell yeah! I raised these niggas.
And you know, oh man, not with the sagging pants. The sagging pants too, guys. You're over 40 sagging your pants, like pathetic, man. This is crazy. And here's the funny thing about it. A lot of dudes in this generation, these are Gen Xers, right? So these are Gen X dudes that we kind of grew up. We grew up with hip hop, whereas the boomers, they didn't grow up with hip hop, right? The Gen X grew up at the origination of hip hop. Like we were kids. And the boomers were kind of like slightly older, like 18 or 19 or 20 and 21. They called it bebop. I have an aunt who's a boomer. She used to still call it bebop to this day. You listening to that bebop? Because they grew up on, you know what I mean? Like P-Funk was like the last, the disco, the P-Funk, the R&B, the Ohio players. And then hip hop just sampled all of that shit. You know, without James Brown and Ohio players, where would hip hop be? And Zapp and Roger. So we came up on hip hop. So we claim the culture. We claim the gear, like the dressing. Remember, there was a big thing about young dudes saying Gen Xers shouldn't be dressing like young dudes, and Gen X guys saying this is our clothes. I remember Mike Epps saying, what? This is our clothes. So this is what tends to happen. And I think it's somewhat a mistake. I get it. But Gen X dudes don't want to grow up. Like, they still want to keep rocking their gear, but their gear looks like, yeah, I mean, he picked the funniest gear because it's kind of like neon colors, the throwback Charlotte Hornets gear. Right? So he picked the right clothes for this skit. So you're old wearing neon clothes and shit and your hat cocked. Like, it's, yeah, this is funny. This hits home for a lot of people.
My first beating and I drunk a Sunny D. Started lurking with my ski. It was 1 degree. Glock 23 on me. I just want to be.
Still freestyling. All right. All right. Still freestyling and shit.
Yeah, what I just did. What I just did.
All right. Pay for all the Henny for your boys. Go buy some pussy, man. Hey, look, it's the Jay-Z freestyle for me. And shout out to Jigga. When JC did the freestyle, I was looking like, what's going on here? Now, I will say this. Somebody put Jay-Z's freestyle to music and it made sense. All right. So when they put it, and I don't know who did it, they used AI. They took Jay-Z's freestyle and put it to music, and it was actually good. I was like, oh, it's actually good. But when Jay-Z was freestyling against no music, I was like, man, go sit down, bro. Go sit the fuck down. But they put it to music, and it was a good song. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
Man, I done came down here, bought everybody bottle. I done came down here, yeah. What I came down here did. What I came down
in the liquor store with Don Julio, with all the OGs.
We come in peace.
Somebody called them a senior citizen. I've heard that recently. A senior citizen. Oh, no. Not a senior citizen. And if that goes viral, a lot of us Gen X niggas are going to be called senior citizens. Like, that's crazy to me. And no, not him at the mosque. Not him at the mosque.
Peace, Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. No violence. We come in peace. Brotherhood. Allah Akbar.
Okay, Kevin Gates comes to mind as well, too, related to this. Because, you know, 1 minute they are Muslim. Because Gen X suffers from split personality. I will say this. Gen X men, including myself, we suffer from split personality. One day we want to be like going to the league, but we busted RD. Then we want to be like, you know, a Muslim or a hella super Christian and conservative. And then the next minute we were a pimp or a gangbanger. And then the next minute we were a bookworm and a nerd. And then the next minute we are a philosopher and, and we got degrees. And the next minute we were a coach and a teacher. Like, a Gen X guy and the older millennial will go through a phase of split personalities because we're multidimensional. We're multidimensional. So we will try to show 1 minute we chase hoes and the next minute we're a Muslim. Like, all in one rip. Somebody called it, Cali West Miami called it the Tupac syndrome. Exactly. Because Tupac definitely had that syndrome. And we all developed this sense of trying to find ourselves as a Gen X. We all try to find ourselves. And in finding ourselves, we basically will find something we enjoy. But because everybody shoots it down and you're supposed to be one-dimensional, we hide this personality. So if we like toys and skateboards and BMX bikes, we got to hide this personality over here. We only reveal that personality when we want to fit in. So you hide the fact that you're a skateboarder and you like to skateboard because the white boys do it. But then when it's cool to be a skateboarder, you be like, hey, I used to skateboard. You just come out the closet. You just come out the closet with your nerd side. Oh, I like comic books. I collect baseball cards. You'll just jump out there. But your whole persona is not built based on that, right? You're supposed to be hood and strong. And then you jump out with a different personality and niggas be confused. All right. First you were a Christian, and then now you jump out here and say you was a pimp. All right. I'm a pimp out here, and I used to pimp hoes when I was in the 8th grade. And then you're like, oh, what happened? Nigga, I thought you were a philosopher. Yes, I think very deeply. And then you was a gangbanger the next week, and now you wrote books the next week. You know, that's Gen X. That's the Gen X syndrome. We're multidimensional and multifaceted, but we hide our personalities, and we have bipolar, if you would call it, the jack of all trades. What I call the I call this being what we used to call the I can't even remember the name, but anyway, I'm sort of like this. I have multi personalities as well. 1 minute I'm an Uncle Tom sellout. The next minute, yeah, I cut a demo tape. I used to rap. Right? I get it. Yeah, Renaissance man. We're literally like a Renaissance man, but it causes confusion for a lot of people, especially when we just jump out and show this personality just out of nowhere. And that's the Gen X person.
Breaking news. 5 armed gunmen in head wraps are on the loose in Atlanta for attempted robbery. They are considered armed and dangerous, one of which has a history of murder. The situation remains unclear. Charleston Porter, age 57, caught committing crimes.
Yeah, 57 committing crimes is crazy. Okay. 57 committing crimes is crazy. But, you know, a lot of us, you know, we had to raise ourselves. And so when raising ourselves, we had to have multifaceted personalities. A lot of dudes that grew up in the suburbs want to attract to the streets. You're 50 years old, you grew up in the suburbs, but you want to talk about how you used to gangbang, right? And then you want to go back to the suburbs and then rob, and then now all of a sudden your family loses their house. You know what I mean? Somebody call it like code switching. It's like code switching. And somebody needs to study the Gen X. Somebody needs to study the Gen Xer and make a book on this. Maybe I'll do it. Yeah, Pooh Shiesty's pop. Like, you know, and then what happens is this is, and I called this out. Remember when Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb was going to fight? And I was like, why y'all trying to make old niggas fight? And then they up there, I'm from Detroit. I'm from Cleveland. And I'm like, 60 years old. And everybody's putting bets on them, looking what these old niggas trying to fight and wolfing and selling wolf tickets, when both of these niggas, senior citizens, need to be in a retirement home somewhere. Talk about they gonna whoop somebody's ass, and I think somebody else gonna whoop their ass. I think this person would have won. This is what I'm talking about, where we talk about this arrested development of the man, especially when you talk about the black male. It's extreme arrested development, and people don't even understand it when they're trying to say another dude was scared to fight another dude. I'm like, these guys are almost 50 and 60. Like, they need to sit down. They need to sit down. But of course, yeah, you know, it's hard for people to understand this. And I get caught up in this as well. I'm a Gen Xer too. I mean, I'm not immune from this particular activity at all, because that's just us.
With underage teenagers now facing several pending charges.
The senior citizen. That is Gen X's. I think we're going to die on that hill, y'all. The senior citizen, Generation X. Yeah, I think that's us. Oh, no.
And that's you.
I thought we were going to escape the boomer criticism. But our criticism as Gen X is the senior citizen, Jim Jones, Kevin Gates. Oh, man. Oh, no. Hey, man, look. All right. Oh, man. This is a cold thing. It's a cold world. It's an evil world we live in. All right. What do we got next? We have somebody here writing, hey, man, look, in my chat, there's a Joey T. Are you a bot? Joey T, this is what you're going to do. You're going to sit off on the sideline, because if you have something to say that long, you must donate. All right. You go over 2 sentences, you get deleted in the chat. Yes. All right. If you want something to say, you don't ambush my chat with your bullshit. You go ahead and donate, you broke ass nigga. All right. That's how we do it over here. More than 2 sentences, you get kicked the fuck out of the chat. All right. Don't come in here to try to take over my chat and guerrilla tactic ambush my chat with your bullshit. You big boy and pay money. Be a big boy now. Be a big boy now if you got something to say, nigga. All right. And Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have Lena the Plug. Lena the Plug. Okay, Lena the Plug. Guys, no, we covered this as the main event. Lena the Plug files for divorce from Adam 22. People proceed to celebrate and so forth and so on. People called it a scam or a marketing ploy. Well, we know that these two people are despicable creatures, right? They're despicable human beings. And we know that there was something up. Now, Lena the Plug says she denies the divorce report. Okay, She claims stalker filed paper without her knowledge. Let's hear this bullshit.
This story is so insane that if you don't believe me, I honestly don't blame you. Someone who is not me has been trying to file for divorce on my behalf. I know this because they've been filling out the paperwork incorrectly, and so it is being sent to my house. It happened in, I think, March and then in April. I guess they finally figured out how to properly file for divorce because now there's a legitimate case number at the courthouse under my name. They have been forging my signature, and I know who they are because their name is on the check that got sent to my house claiming that I want to be divorced. Now, this TMZ article came out, so I have to tell you guys about this.
She lying, bruh. She's lying. She's lying. She's lying. Either way, she's lying, just so you guys know. If there is a divorce or isn't a divorce, she's lying. But now how you going to lie? You need a government ID. Guys, I filed for divorce already. I've already filed for divorce. You got to go down there with a government ID. You can't just go there and just write a check out and then continue to try to file and fill the paperwork out. You actually have to go down to the government courthouse to file the divorce. They don't be like, send it in and mail it in and they mail it back if you make a mistake. In fact, if you make a mistake on a document, they don't let you file at all. It's like, they don't let you file at all. They're like, oh, this don't look right. Okay, go back and go fix that. Trust me, I actually been down there to file for a divorce. They don't let you just be like, oh, I made a mistake. I put the wrong address. I put the wrong this. Everything's got to match. Otherwise, anybody can do this to anyone, and no one does this to anyone. So she's lying about this. She's trying to save face.
It claims that I filed for divorce on my birthday. On my birthday, I was on Rodeo with Adam and my daughter shopping for my birthday. Not at the courthouse filing for divorce. This article also claims that I only get $3,000 a month in spousal support and that I have no access to any of our other finances, basically implying that like Adam sends me out to work and then just hoards all of my money. Not true. We're both breadwinners, but I make more most of the time and I have access to all of my finances. So not true. I know that just everyone out there was like so hyped, like everything that they've ever believed about us. They're like, yeah, we knew they weren't going to make it. They're divorcing. Not true. But what an insane story. Like, how am I going to undo this? When I called the courthouse to be like, is there actually a case number under my name? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so what do I do? They're like, we don't know because
she's lying, bro. Calling the courthouse and asking them if the case number is under there. Right. This is. Come on, man. This is California. I mean, we have a high divorce rate in California. I mean, it's up to 50, 60, 70% in California. If you're in Orange County, it's 70% in some instances. Calling the courthouse and asking for the court. I'm going to just tell you, this ain't motherfucking Mayberry. You talking about Los Angeles. You call the county of Los Angeles courthouse and got somebody on the phone that didn't verify you were who you were to ask for a divorce case number. I'm going to tell you, that's going to be cap. That's going to be big cappity cap. I can't even do that. And I got an extensive file over there in the county. I'm gonna call him up. Hey, do I got a case? What's your name? Oh, don't worry about that. Here's the Okay, I'm gonna believe that shit. I just called him up and got him right on the phone.
Like, you filed it. I'm like, but not me, this other person who I guess we can call like a crazy psycho stalker fan, maybe. My theory is that they're talking to a catfish person who's pretending to be me and claiming that like Adam does all this awful stuff to me, help me get out of it type thing, send me money, I need help. And so they're being duped by this person. By the
way, when women talk like this, especially in California, where everything she ends sounds like a question. All right, this is basically dead giveaway of somebody who's lying or making shit up. I don't know if you guys know that, especially when you're dealing with white women in the West Coast. All right, but a lot of people pick up this Valley Girl accent in which they talk and the end point sounds like a question to see if you're buying this bullshit. Yeah, that's what she's doing in this one. I picked this up. I'm tipped off on her.
Person, because I know who they are, I know their name, had the cops come to my house 2 different times filing a wellness check. And I had to tell the cops, like, come in, I'm not being abused. Oh. So yeah, now I have to figure out what I'm gonna do to undo this because I did not file for divorce. It sounds made up, but it's not.
Yeah, man. Idiot. All right, idiot. That's what she's doing. Saving face. Either way, she's lying about it. So take it for what it is. And let me see, is that it? That's Straggle Sniggle Theater. Let's move on.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Just give me the lights. Don't pass or scroll. Mugga low. Shout out to LL Cool C says, I find it funny that a pickup artist tells men to not validate women, but code approachers validates women on the back end and inflate a woman's ego. 100%. I actually listen to pickup artists because I watch their bullshit from time to time. You can't help it because pickup artistry is coming back. One of the things they'll say is that they'll sell a woman a dream and they'll tell them not to do certain things, but they'll do that exact thing. Like a pickup artist will be like, man, I don't do this. And I'll tell a bitch that. I'll tell a bitch this. First thing you see them do is say, hey, baby, how you doing? How you doing? You're so beautiful. You're just my type. Like right off the rip. Like right off the right. Wait, you just led with you're so beautiful. All right. You're my type. That's what you led with. I'm guaranteeing you tell men not to do that. In fact, I don't even do that. I would never lead with that. I wouldn't say never say never, but it is very rare that I walk up to a woman. Oh my God, you're gorgeous. I just have to stop you, cutie. All right. You're just my type. You're the type of woman I want to talk to. Like this going to be a L. This is going to be a L as a PUA or a pickup artist telling men how to cold approach, jumping right into her beauty. Even women don't even want a man to do this. Although they want a man to compliment them, jumping right into it is a fat ass L. Anyway, but they'll tell you not to do that and proceed to do that right off the rip, which is hypocrisy. Long Haul Money Trucker says, thanks for the inspo and the guidance. I'm on my boss up mission and making lots of progress. Shout out to the coach gang. It is free agent lifestyle for life. As a man, I'll tell you, when you're making this progress, the last thing you want to do is fuck it up. That's a co-sponsorship. You cannot fuck up your progress. When you're making progress and you see it, and it's always going to be incremental before it compounds. But I'm in the massive compounding of my progress, right? I'm way beyond the progress. I'm way beyond it. So I know now that I have a lot more to lose, but I'm not, I can make a mistake here and there. But when you're jumping into changing your life and you've had that traumatic setback, when you start making progress, you have to double down. You have to go all in. You cannot afford to have any setbacks. Any setbacks. You can't make no mistakes, especially when you started off life with the deficit, right? You made a mistake, right? You made a bad choice. You went to jail. You went to prison. You got a divorce, right? You messed up and had kids out of wedlock. You have to understand, you have to undo a lot of that negative progress, start back over traumatic event, and then incrementally make progress, but you can't mess it up. You can't have, look, somebody said, keep up the momentum. I remember when I was trying to get out to that point of not making mistakes, I didn't allow alcohol in my house. People would come over to my house, women, my parents, friends, family members. I would say, there's no alcohol in this house. None. Do not bring a drop of alcohol in this house. Okay. If you spend the night, do not put a beer or a wine cooler in here. Do not bring it into my house. Why? Because I knew that alcohol gives people an opportunity to, go away a little bit. And when you're down bad and you're feeling bad about yourself, which you will when you're making progress, and you reach for that alcohol, it's a setback. It's a downer. All right, it's not an upper. It takes you down, and then you'll sulk in your miseries. And if you get comfortable with that, then you'll almost never recover. Okay? Shout out to Zoom to Thailand. Shout out to you. But you got to get rid of that because it's a downer. Then you'll get accustomed to it. You reach once, you reach twice, then all of a sudden you have alcohol in your house and you'll keep reaching for it. And as you're making progress, when you deal with the negative days, you'll just reach for that downer, and then you'll become accustomed to it. So don't have alcohol or drugs in your house. You got to be around people that don't do drugs. That's why I'm critical of dudes that do weed and drugs. Now, if you up go ahead and smoke all the weed you want. I often told you that. I was like, at some particular point, I'm going to be so up, I'm going to be down Nelson. Okay. I'm going to be down Nelson. Like, I can imagine myself getting to that point. When I'm 60, I'm going to be like, fuck it. Okay. I got about, 15 to 20 to 25 years left, God willing. I'm up big. I got young bitches. I'm gonna be down Nelson. And y'all gonna be like, Coach, I thought you said you didn't smoke weed. I'm like, nigga, I'm up now, though. Right? It's different when you trying to get up versus you being up. Okay. Anybody that don't know Don Nelson, let me show you Don Nelson. Okay. So this is Don Nelson for people who don't know, for the young brothers that don't know. Let me show you an image. All right. Let's see here. See if we can pull this up. He's one of the most well-known coaches. He's been coaching for a long time in the NBA. He coached the Milwaukee Bucks, I believe the Golden State Warriors, and he was an NBA coach, Don Nelson. All right. He coached for like 30 some odd years. He's one of the most winning and losing coaches at the same time. All right, Hall of Fame coach. This is Don Nelson right here. He coached a lot of players. Latrell Sprewell, all these niggas in the NBA, right? All right, all these niggas in the NBA. So he coached a long time. Dallas Mavericks. But if you don't know about Don Nelson, is that when he retired, he ended up buying a weed farm in Hawaii. Okay, and now he's Shaggy. And he lives on a weed farm in Hawaii and smokes every day. Smokes weed every day. Ass nigga. Okay. So that conversation can be had. And he probably smoked weed when he was coaching, but he didn't let people know. He came out cleaned up. But now he out there looking like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Him and his wife live on a weed farm, right, in Hawaii, and he don't do nothing but smoke. See, that's different. He's up. He big, he up big, he retired, and all of that in a bag of Chips Ahoy. He coached Stephen Curry. All right, he's coached all the NBA greats. So, I mean, let me see what teams he coached. He coached all the NBA greats. Teams Don Nelson coached. Let me see. He coached Golden State Warriors, Milwaukee Bucks, the New York Knicks, the Dallas Mavericks, and let's see here. Those are the 4 teams, and he coached the men's dream team. He coached the Dream Team 2, gold medal in the FIBA World Championship. Yeah, man, he's coached some great players, man. Did I say Golden State Warriors? Yep, Golden State Warriors. Hall of Famer. See, that's the type of shit I'm talking about. So going back to what our brother said here, when you're trying to make progress, you can ill afford to have setbacks. You got to keep pushing forward. Keep on moving. Don't stop. No, keep on moving. Somebody said Steven Jackson said he smoked J's with Don Nelson. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he smoked all his life, but you know what I mean. And he played for the great Boston Celtics. Yes, shout out to Boston Celtics, everybody.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
That's what I'm talking about. You can't allow you to become into things that sedate you while you're trying to make progress. You're trying to get yourself out of a hole. You're trying to dig yourself out of a hole. You can't go with downers. Neither can you go with uppers, because uppers will make you feel like you're making progress. Same thing as pornography. If you're struggling to get women and you're using porn as a means to get that out, you don't want to do that. Now, if you just got a break in between girls, all right, and you want to give girls a break here and there, that's going to be somewhat different. You gotta trick your mind into believing that you have to continue to work. You got to continue to work to get better. All right, I got some people here. I'm refreshing the screen over on Ko-Fi. So we have it is our brother DK from Seattle. He says, my ex gave her number to a fit 42-year-old, but he had a wife now. She wants to make up. All right. So to clear it up, your ex gave her number. This is while she's your ex or when she was your current. I'm not sure. So your ex gave her number to a fit 42-year-old, but he had a wife. Now she wants to make up. My ex is engaged to a 50-plus-year-old man. My baby mama is living with a 50-year-old male coworker. I have 3 pretty young things, 19 to 28, asking to hang out at my new high-rise building. These ladies are in a bind and need saving. Listen up. Let me your ears stop and steer. Shout out to you, man. You're in a good situation. Your exes are doing what they are doing, is they're hitting the that shoe circuit, and you're out there fixing binds.
And that's you.
You're out there putting hands on young prime hips. And that's a co-sponsorship from DK. Is that DK Metcalf in Seattle? Maybe that's DK Metcalf. I'm rich, man. Nah, he's not in Seattle anymore. I thought he was in Seattle. But it's DK from Seattle. Maybe it's the football player. You guys heard that the DK, you guys heard that football players be watching your boy. If you're an NFL player, press 1 in the chat. All right, anyway. Shout out to our brother here, the Rusted Junk says, Dr. Evil said it best. There's nothing more pathetic than an aging hipster. He said that goes triple for the gray hair, pants sagging niggies still trying to be gangsta. He says, I enjoy my lane of classic rock, old cars, Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, red meat, JUCOs, and traveling. Boss up 2026. Shout out to the coach gang. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Rusted Junk. We're going to give him a co-sponsorship. Larry C says, yesterday was International Corgi Day, so I took mine for a walk in the park to celebrate. But to my chagrin, a lot of ducks were trying to attack him. I guess that's what happens when you buy a purebred. Shout out to you. Yeah, and hashtag the shield, but I'm not sure what that means. Shout out to you.
What that means?
All right, but shout out to Larry C, member of the shield. And I think we're going to see if we can round the bases. Zoom to Thailand, says my man CGA. Shout out to Zoom to Thailand. Go ahead and check him out. All right, I'm going to be on that side of the world here next month, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to escape to Thailand, because you know what I'm going to be doing, Zoom to Thailand, and we talked about this on your live stream. I'm going to be in the Philippines.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
It's going to be hard to get me away from the Philippines, sir. Okay.
What kind of fuck you give me?
It's going to be hard to get me away from the Philippines. I love Thailand, but I love the Philippines. You know me.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. I love Thailand, but I love the Philippines.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I love the Philippines.
I like to get dominated.
All right, Zoom to Thailand. We have a debate going back and forth about the Philippines or Thailand, but see, Mexicans, I can't.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I can't, man. I can't. You can't. There's nothing you can say, Zoom. There's nothing you can say to get me to put Thailand over the Philippines.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, I mean, but I love Thailand. And shout out to Zoom. Go subscribe to his channel. He's a great producer of content. All right. He does great edits. He can tell a story. All right. We met up in Miami. So we met up in person. He's one of the rare few people that are cool in person and shit. All right. But Thailand has much more to offer. Yes, they do. Yes, I get all that. But it's the Sea Mexicans for me.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
It's the Sea Mexicans. All right. I love my Thai women, but I love my Sea Mexicans.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I can't give up the Sea Mexicans. Shout out to Zoom. Shout out to Ray says, show support. Thanks, boss. Thank you for Ray. Ray. We're going to call him Ray. And Jordan Jones says, money mindset is mandatory in 2026. Man, it's mandatory. Money mindset is mandatory in 2026. Thank you, Jordan. And your mindset got to be on point. It got to be on point. In fact, you can go over to the Money Mindset. I'm not going to run my commercial today, but go over to the Money Mindset and check it out. The link is in the description box below, and it is right here. The Money Mindset is mandatory. You gotta figure out, man. It's going bye-bye out here. It's going haywire. Okay. Press 1 in the chat if you Money Mindset affiliated. Okay, so we got this video right here. We got a couple of videos as we matriculate the ball downfield. What do we got here? Whew. What do I need to cover? Where do I start? Okay. The old generation, the boomers. Any boomers in the building? All right, we got baby boomers here on It's an Evil. What should we call this? We should call this Inside the Mind of Modern Woman, I suppose. I don't know. Just for editing purposes. The boomers and the Gen X and the Gen Z and the millennials and Gen Alpha, the silent generation still around and kicking, ready to kick the bucket. We all die. Okay. People die every day, B. But what tends to happen is our generation and how we deal with relationships and women and how we see our outlook of today's modern women versus the women of the past. We sometimes take history and we make it a little bit more cozy and comfy. And I tried to talk to Andrew Wilson about this. I said, listen, you're trying to use history and trying to say what it was, but it really wasn't like that. I was trying to tell him that. I was like, it really wasn't like that. And I even had to tell him that the same women who were the traditional housewives, once they got no fault divorce, they were the ones that filed in record numbers. All right. So those so-called happy housewives end up filing. And he didn't realize that. We had to go to ChatGPT like some losers. All right. And I'm like, told you. Those are the women who no fault divorce. Those are the women who burned their bras. Those are the women that took drugs to make it through this so-called happy period where women were happy. Now, let me start off with this one because this is a tough story. We got an older woman that she's going to talk about. Let me see if I can put her up on the screen here. She's got a nice little channel here. She's got a nice little Instagram. Put her up on the screen. There's somebody's grandmama right there. You see that? Oh, damn it. I hate when Instagram got this auto fucking play. Why they do that? All right, as soon as I share the screen, they just start to play in the video. All right, so here it is right here. There's somebody's nana right there. And one thing about older people,
Where we last left off.
that autoplay, I hate that. What happens is when we see older people, we oftentimes put our own prejudices on older people. One thing that we do is we assume all older people were good people. All right, all old people were good people. Oh, look at that nice old lady. Look at that nice old man. Well, no, some of these people were part of the SS Army. Some of these old people were hookers and call girls back in the day. Some of these old people were hoes and skeezers. Some of these old people killed people. Right? What was the Golden State Killer? Never think an old person was a good person. Okay, never think an old person lived in the olden time that you put back and say, oh, back in her time, she probably was a housewife. I look at old people and I don't judge. I'll be like, look, that person could be a serial killer that never got caught. That person could have served 50 years in prison and they out. This person could have been an angel. But just because they're old doesn't mean they live their old ways. And this is a prime example. Let's listen to this woman's story right here. She says, when we last left off, I was 18 years old. And had just become a what? Okay, so let's play the video.
I was 18 years old and had just agreed to become a call girl to make money for acting school. I was training under a pimp named Ronnie. He was full of talk about all the money I was going to make in fancy locations like the Upper East Side. But we're going to begin down in Chinatown, he said. I was suspicious. Why Chinatown? Keep you safe while you learn, he answered. No matter how green you are, you can always tell the difference between a Chinese client and a white cop.
All right, so she says, when I was 18, I always tell you, man, you never know what a woman's doing. This is why I don't like the idea of meeting women later in their years. It's not that they're washed. I don't have to make an excuse that women are washed up, they hit the wall, because you're going to find a woman that didn't hit the wall, that's older. The problem I have is, even though young women want money, older women want more money. So never get that misunderstood. A lot of older women are in binds too, even when they say they're not. But I don't like the fact that a woman's history can be so treacherous and she can literally bury it under a pile of rubble and then jump out here and act like she's a good woman. That's the one thing I don't like. I don't like that. And when you dig deep into an older woman's story, you will find shit like this. Okay, you'll find out they was backstage underage adolescents. They was backstage underage. They was out here doing the butt. So that's what I don't like when engaging with older women. And older women got they're highly manipulative, so they can hide their bullshit. They can hide their past and their domestic violence and their divorce, and they can hide their drug use, and they can hide the fact that they was out here being a call girl. They can hide that shit under, they go to church. Okay, so that's why I don't like messing with older women. They just got so much fucking history to hide that it's hard to even uncover the shit and trace it down. All right, so this woman saying she was under the pimping tutelage of Ronnie. And she was a call girl at the young, sweet age and tender age of 18 in these streets. All right, before her brainstem developed, all right?
In these streets.
Here we go.
And these Chinese men ain't violent. Then he surprised me. They're just lonely men. They came here to work. Their wives and family are still back home. Soon I was entering run-down tenement buildings and climbing these filthy stairwells. The apartments were cramped, 6 men in a single room. I usually saw 4 men in a row.
Trying.
Okay, so I looked it up. She's talking about her history. She's not reading. This is her right here.
Trying.
So she went to a tenement building with 6 Chinese men in, and she served 4.
Trying.
And there it is, 18 years old. I'm pretty sure she married somebody, at least 4 or 5 people at this particular point, but
Trying.
she got a train ran on her by 6 Chinese dudes under the pimp and tutelage of Ronnie. Shout out to Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike, and Ralph.
Trying.
All right, so let's continue. All right, they used and graped my body for money. All right, here we go.
They stood in the hallway and waited their turn.
Trying.
That's called a train. That is a legitimate train. That definitely ain't an orgy. They stood in the hallway and waited their turn.
Trying.
All aboard. It's time to move on. Toot toot.
Trying.
Here we go.
And Ronnie was right. They were lonely.
Oh, no.
Most of them spoke very little English. Afterwards, they would each bow, thank me, and tell me they loved me.
Oh.
Strangely enough, I felt more respected by these men than I did by many of the guys I'd slept with in college.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, humanity.
Remember I told you about a woman's past? Yes, bro. Like, where do I start, bro?
Oh, the humanity.
So this is before college, 18. She getting trains ran on her by Chinese men that don't speak English that bow to her. Then she got ran through in college.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
And then she said, oh, the guys that actually ran through me and ran a train on me while I was making money for my pimp, Ronnie,
Trying.
I felt more love and admiration and respect from these guys than the free niggas out here. Okay. All right, man. I'll tell you, bro. And look, that's somebody's nana. That's somebody's old lady out here. These old ladies used to probably be housewife in ecclesiasms. Holy mackerel.
I found them endearing. Sometimes I even told them that I loved them too.
Oh, she out here running the pimping back on them. I love you too. You know, this is the girlfriend experience.
My apprenticeship didn't last long.
Yep.
Very soon, Ronnie told me, now it's time for us to get you your own apartment.
Okay.
My life as a call girl was about to begin.
Oh, my goodness. Damn.
Get him, daddy.
All right. So Ronnie said, enough with this little bullshit. All right. We can make some big money off of you. Let me put you up in an apartment. Pimp's tricking. All right. About to make some money out the hoe. Call girl life. Well, her brainstem wasn't developed, obviously. All right. Shout out to her right there for telling her story. I wonder what she's doing right now. All right. She's somebody's wife. All right. She's a cult survivor, a writer, an activist, a church warden. Yep. There she is in church. A former sex worker sharing harrowing stories of coercive control to give hope to others. Yes. And she's got 78,000 followers on Instagram. Okay. Yep. The streets, ecclesiastically.
In these streets.
Woo, she back in church. Yikes. Whose nana is that? Anybody's nana? Okay. Let's go to the next guy right here. So we got a boomer man. All right, we got a boomer man. So there's the boomer woman. Let's go to the boomer man right here. This is pretty interesting. We have a boomer man, and he's talk about how he treats his wife, what he does for his wife. You got to see, like, boomer men are different than Gen X, millennial, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha men. And this is why a lot of women are saying,
what happened? Where did all the
Where did all the men go? Where did all the good men go? Because there used to be men like this, Steve Harvey ass niggas. But this should be interesting. All right, we got autoplay going off on Instagram already, messing up my whole flow. All right, Instagram, why autoplay? This is a disgrace. All right, so let me see here, fucking up my whole vibe. So we got Boomer Man right here. Let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say.
Nigga, I represent. Come on, nigga, since y'all want to see my motherfucking home, nigga.
Hey, you talking about?
Fuck y'all niggas talking about. Baby, these niggas want to see how you live. Y'all hoes wish y'all had a bedroom like this.
You know what I'm saying? Sitting area.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Look at my white bedroom, bathroom, nigga. My wife got a $20,000 goddamn dollar walk-in tub, motherfucker. They got a click jet.
What'd you say?
A click jet.
All right, so the Boomer Man does everything for the woman. All right, and so he's bragging about, and we know how this ends. The Boomer Man was the last man to brag about what he's done, being it that he did it from the woman. Gen X lost that a long time ago. They lost the plot, and certainly Gen Z, they definitely would never admit this. So we have a clit jet. And by the way, he drunker than a skunk, and he probably was on the slow bus all his life, but he did well for himself. And he said, I spent $40,000 for my wife. He said, I did all of this for my wife. That's basically what he's saying. And he's got the walk-in tub for old people. So shout out to him. Old people need to walk-in tub.
Baby, you gonna get out the tub? Yeah, I be out at the wild.
Hold up, man. So that motherfucker. But how I get it? How you open it? I get in this mug. But I wouldn't get out either. Oh, it's right there by them balls, too, boy. It's right there by them balls, boy. I've been in here for 2 days straight. Get everything looking like I'll be wrinkling the motherfucker with it.
Yeah.
Look at all them jets in that thing, though, boy.
Who's got that walk-in shower?
I swear I've seen that on TV somewhere.
Nigga. Fuck y'all talking about, nigga.
Yeah, y'all thought I was old country bunking.
Y'all thought I was a motherfucker something to fuck with.
Yeah.
All right, so there he is right there. He drunk. I can tell you, he probably is 10 years younger than he appears. All right, it almost looks like this is costume. He doesn't have teeth. This is what women actually want in the end. All right, I'm just letting you know. And big ups to him. This is no disrespect. We're just talking about how different the generation of men are, and their approach to relationships. So just take a look at him. He down bad. He drunkard. He's kind of a drunkard. She kind of there keeping his ass alive, just but she got a life insurance policy on the nigga. Look at his shirt. He don't have teeth because all his money was put into the woman, right? We don't do this anymore. This is a different generation. We typically, now there are some Gen X men do this. There are some men in each generation that will do this, but this is the overwhelming majority of men from the boomer generation. Even if he was married once or twice or 3 times, he still feels like he needs to take care of the woman type shit. Okay. And there he is with no teeth, but he's out here talking that cash shit. All right. So here we go right here.
Yo,
nigga, I come home.
Come on, man.
In comfort.
Yeah, don't let them stains on his shirt fool.
Don't let them fool you.
Don't let them fool you.
Don't let smooth taste fool you, nigga.
Don't let the smooth taste fool you. He definitely a drinker.
And don't think about coming up here to oh, we know who we finna go hit. Come on over here.
Shit.
You'll come in light, but you're gonna leave heavy.
All right. And these are the type of niggas that talk cash shit, but ain't gonna do a damn thing, you know. But he might got some murders under his belt in the Korean or Vietnam War or Desert Storm. He might got some bodies under his belt for sure. Or he definitely buried somebody in the basement somewhere else.
I'm just telling you.
Hey, boy.
I'm just telling you. Because I don't play by my home. And that girl right there.
I'm trying
I don't play about her.
I don't play about her. I don't play about her. I guarantee you he has kids outside of his marriage. He definitely has kids outside of his marriage, or kids in Korea, or kids in Vietnam, kids in Japan, kids in motherfucking Afghanistan. He's got kids somewhere, kids around the corner in Columbus, Ohio. There's a 100% chance he has kids out of wedlock somewhere, but he'll talk this shit like he don't. See, that's the difference. See, that's the boomer. The boomer will talk about, I don't play about her. I'll do anything about her. And the reason they do that is they overcompensate for their past mistakes that she overlooked, because the woman was actually investing in him, but she didn't have what typically women have today, which they can get their own money up to a certain extent. So the woman needed this nigga, even though this nigga was out here at the massage parlor and creating kids and he got young bitches he take care of. We already know this. These are the biggest buyers of pussy on the marketplace. Okay, but I don't play about her. I play about her. I give her everything. Because she done forgave your damn mistakes out here. She done let shit slide. But let's continue.
I did. Look at this shit, nigga. I do this for her. This is our home.
I do this for her. This is our home. This is our.
Nigga, we at home in peace and comfort.
Yeah, in peace and comfort. He got to do that now because, you know what I mean? Like, he can't be out here running these streets no more, causing hell.
Comfort, boy.
You best fucking believe it.
Come on, man.
You best fucking believe it.
He's doing all that talking, but he is living good. Look at him. House on the lake. Oh, man, this is ecclesiastically the jacuzzi. And you notice she didn't say shit.
Representing.
I'm representing. Shout out to him, man. No disrespect, but men aren't like this anymore. Like, I'm not dissing him, just so you guys know. I'm not dissing him. But that's just a different generation of guy. Men don't act like that no more. And I think what happens is women want men to act like this, but what is the man getting? Like, it's difficult because the woman is out here living her own world. And then once her world is wasted, then she wants to find men like this.
What happened?
But
Where did all the men go?
all right, men are not starting out relationships like this, or they're not jumping into relationships after she's done what she wanted to do later on. She's been out here like the previous woman. Her name is Donna. Donna out here was a call girl and shit like this, and then want to get scooped up after the fact and treated like this. It's hard to treat women like this when you meet them and they're 38. Like, if I meet a woman like this, let's just say he was 21 and she was 18 and she rode the wave the entire time, then of course, yes, it would make sense to treat a woman like that. Okay, she put up with your bullshit, your alcoholism, potentially your domestic violence. She put up with your domestic violence and your tirades. She put up with you out here cheating. She put out with, playing in her face. Yes, once you hit this age, you got to reward the woman. Reward her. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that, baby. You put up with my bullshit. All right, here's another. Let's renew our vows. All right, let's do all that shit. She put up with the bullshit. She deserves to be treated well because I'm about rewarding the woman. But in this case, these women want to be treated like that after they've been ran through on the marketplace, and then I just show up just simping on her. Nah, it don't work like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Yes, indeed. Shout out to that guy right there. And congratulations on that beautiful house. All right, that they worked hard for. All right, they worked hard for. What do we got here? We got some more shit. We got some new shit out here. That's what we got. New shit. We got It's an Evil World We Live In. So speaking of, this is a prime example of, let's take it from the old generation to the new generation. What are you dealing with now? All right, what are you dealing with now? So we got this woman out here. She's going to talk about what she used to do in these streets. And she said, back then. Okay. Back then. So here's the autoplay. All right. You can see right here. This is what I thought when I saw, what's her name? The Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. All right. As soon as I saw her, I thought Skeezer. All right. And I can see her. She is Skeezer. This is an old Skeezer. All right. And so she said, back then, let's take it from there.
Like, I had a roster. I had multiple niggas that I was like shuffling. Back then, like, I had a roster. I had multiple niggas that I was like shuffling through. Like, I had a breakfast nigga, a lunch nigga and a dinner nigga, and a shopping nigga and a yacht nigga and a trip nigga. Like, I'm saying, like, I had all different types of whatever for each thing. I had someone for that. And it was easy for me. And I was in school and I was working. I was cool. I was able to juggle them all.
Yeah, but
I had control.
You had control because you have the placement. Okay, like, this is who I get breakfast with. This is who I, like, if I want to hit the streets, this is who I call.
But then when I, like, now trying to process like how a grown man does it, I look at it now as being like sick as fuck.
You see that double standard? That is a very interesting double standard. That is crazy. So let's just get this straight. This is something that people want to know and understand, why men that are of advanced age don't want to deal with women that advanced age, because what'll happen is she'll call out what you're doing as wrong, but she previously did it. She dated older men while she was younger, but then when she gets older, she'll criticize older men for dating younger women. She'll have a roster while she's young and say, hey, I was wild and free. Then when the guy works up his opportunity to build a roster, she'll say it's evil, it's sick, it's disgusting. Why can't you settle down? I figure 40, 50-year-old men would settle down. Well, they don't realize we live life juxtaposed. We live life opposite. What most men can't do when a woman is younger, they can do when he's older. Okay, when I'm younger, I couldn't necessarily do it like she did it. Just doing this and doing that and managing it and controlling it and having a guy here and a guy there take care of this and hiding it and managing it. When the guy's older and he's well put together, he can do that. Now, the dude's going to say, well, them girls don't love you. Okay, same thing with her. The guys that she was with, they don't love her. Right? They just using her for her body. Well, the girls are using me for my money over here. It doesn't matter the like or the love. You're putting too much in it. So look at it now. Now that she wants to settle down.
What happened? Where did all
Now that she wants
go?
to get men to take her seriously, she's wondering why these men still hoe hopping. When she was younger, dealing with the men hoe hopping. Like this is a crazy sickness. It's a crazy sickness. So why would I, as an older man, give her what that boomer guy gave his wife? After she admits that she was out there doing what? I had him. It was easy. Most women are doing this now openly. And then they wonder why dudes don't commit. Well, you just don't want to be with a woman who knows herself. Nah. Nah. You were a skeezer. That's why. You're a skeezer.
I don't know why. It's fucked up that I feel like this because I used to be that.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just kind of like just being older.
Yep.
Having those energies around me.
Now she want to make it science now. Oh, now that I'm older, having those energies around me doesn't make sense. See, it doesn't make sense to have all that energy. Plus, she had a 5 early terminations of pregnancies and several STI scares and a bunch of niggas go upside her head and a couple of domestic violence reports and calling the police. Now she wants peace. So she's going to find the goofy nigga, right, to find the peace. But then when she shows up and he's 40 and 50, she's like, he's probably tired of running around. He's not. He got Viagra. He got Cialis. He got a boatload of money. He got a fistful of cash and he got a hard dick.
And that's you.
And he got young bitches that need to be fed and eaten. He don't want to settle down. He like, settle down what? Not with Cialis. I get 10 motherfucking milligrams of Cialis. I want to fuck all the young hoes. All right? Hell no. Fuck that.
And that's
settle
you.
down. See, the boomer men had to settle down. The boomer men had to settle down. They didn't have Viagra and Cialis and motherfucking all of that shit at 40 and 50. Now they had it at 70 and 80 and 60 and 70. Okay. But nah, nigga, nah. We got shit that'll make our shit be like a rocket, nigga. We don't need no old bitch to settle down on and take care of and build a house no more.
Too much.
Like feeling the presence of just all these different people that I don't even care for.
Or know for real. Back then, like I had a roster, I had multiple.
I want somebody with character that to get to know me for real. No. See, that's why they're not winning out here, ultimately. That's why they're struggling out here, because they can't manage this anymore. In their mind, they think niggas are going to be old boomers. All right, I had a young lady. She probably watches me. She watches me. She was like, yeah, I started dating older guys, and she just assumed men in their 40s were ready to settle down because she was in her late 20s. Then as she got into her early 30s, she thought, well, let me just go up to 50-year-old niggas because they probably want to settle down too. And I said, that is the wrong mindset. No, nope. This is 2026. Don't just increase the age hoping the nigga slow down. Now, if he didn't take care of himself, yes. But if he's successful and you're looking for a successful older guy, trust me, he ain't not settling down. Even if he gets married, you're going to be one of many women. The likelihood is highly likely. You're going to be one of many women. He doesn't need to slow down. He don't need to slow down. This nigga out here, these old niggas out here healthy and in shape. All right. Especially me. I'm 50. I'm going to set the goddamn bar when I'm 60. That's my goal. All right. I'm going to make sure by just attrition alone that I'm the total package. Okay. Because most of y'all niggas going to be very unhealthy and gone and dead. All right, by attrition, I'm gonna be the total fucking package. All right, but anyway, I told my doctor that the other day, and she had a good laugh at that. She was like, "Damn, you're very muscular for a 50-year-old." And I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "You're gonna be very good shape by the time you're 80," because she used to dealing with niggas that got sleep apnea and erection problems, and they got prostate issues, and they motherfucker got, you know what I mean? They got colon cancer, and she looking at me and my chart. She like, bro, she looking at my blood test. She like, nigga. You're gonna be very good. And I was like, yep, by attrition alone, I'm gonna be the motherfucking last man standing. I'm gonna be at the nursing home going crazy. All right, I'm gonna be at the nursing home going crazy. Dorothy, bring the pussy over. Bring that old soggy ass pussy. Still fucking. Dorothy, like, don't you want to talk today? Dorothy, go sit out in the motherfucking rocket chair. Bring on Betty. Betsy, bring it on. Tamika, Tata and Alicia, your turn too. Bring your wig. 85, still clapping motherfucking cheek. Come on. All right. Niggas be like, aren't you scared of motherfucking STIs? Not at 80. Come on, dick just dripping ooze. All right, come on here. Beth Ann. Come on, Beth Ann. Let me stick it in. Beth Ann, let's go. Beth Ann. Agnes, bring your ass on. Here we go. And we're the Asian women with the women with the names of the 1950 bitches, all right? Bring the Asians in. All right, here, Jennifer, let's go. Jennifer Long. Jennifer Ling. Let's go, Jennifer. All right, that's my plan in life. Niggas like, that's your plan? That's my plan. All right, just wipe that off. Hey, Jennifer Long. Wipe that off. Just wipe that off. You ain't scared to die, are you? Let's go. You about to be dead anyway. Let's go, Lucy. Lucy Lee. All right, I'm gonna be having a good old motherfucking time while y'all niggas going in with your scoliosis and shit, all hunched over and shit. Not me. Where the bitches at? Esther Chong. That's gonna be me, motherfucker. I'm letting you know. I told my doctor that, and she got quite a kick out of it. I hope you guys do too. These aren't goals in life. A real flex is a man settling down for one woman. Not for me. That's not a flex, nigga, because I already had that already. And never again. Speaking of these new women out here, let's go to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. All right. Apparently, these people in Brazil have a name for how women date. All right. And this is just not Brazil, but we're going to use Brazil. And by the way, if you've never been to Brazil, you're missing out on life. Brazil's my #1 destination that you must do. If you want to go somewhere, you must go to Brazil. But what I'm going to tell you is, don't start off in Brazil. You're not ready for this action. So Brazil says your Brazil fling will have other guys. A lot of guys are worried about that. Why are you worried about that, guys? Don't worry about when you go overseas and you start traveling. You know these women got other men. All right, don't fool yourself. They all got other men, bro. So don't get it twisted. Do not fall in love with bitches overseas. Now, you can get them in line and on your program and whatnot in your rotation, but they fucking other guys. But let's play the video right here.
Brazil, learn the rules or you get burned. The girl you just met is not your girlfriend.
O que é ficante?
Você tá ali só pela diversão. Hang with someone, you don't wanna date this person. É tipo test drive, aí não é um namorado, não apresenta pra família. Você não tem compromisso com ela, ou seja, você pode...
All right, since they are talking in Portuguese, we're going to translate this to you and break this down. So the guy is telling you, and the guy's name, the content creator's name is Swedish Gringo. All right, so he's apparently from Sweden, but he's a gringo. And he says, you want to date in Brazil, learn the rules or get burned. And essentially, he says, the girl you just met is not your girlfriend. You're basically getting girlfriend experience, the old GFE. And being that I've been in Brazil, these women give great girlfriend experience. Even if you're not paying, I know dudes are like, because that's what you're paying for. Even if you are doing the Tinder and Bumble and getting bitches from the favelas, these women are all the same. It's all the same, and they can morph into any spectrum. Do not get your ego involved. Do not get your ego involved. They're all just, they're not your girlfriend. Well, she my girlfriend. I send her Western Unions from time to time, and she says she's not sleeping with other guys. Okay, you're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself, my G. All right, so here we go right here. The girl you just met is not your girlfriend. All right. The beaches are packed like this too, man. I mean, that's the one thing about Brazilian beaches is there be people on top of people. The only way you beat this is go way outside of Rio or Ipanema or Copacabana. Go way outside of there. But if you go into those beaches, it's going to be people on top of motherfucking people. It's going to be hard to pick bitches because there's going to be young bitches everywhere. All right. So he says right here, what is a facante? That's how I'm going to pronounce it. You see it on the screen. Facante. But this is indicative of how younger women roll. All right. Facante. What is a facante? And she looks, it says it's just somebody for fun. That's it. It's just somebody for fun. Dudes be out here trying to prove that dudes are tricking overseas. It don't matter how you getting them overseas. Nigga, you are just for fun. Don't get it twisted. These women don't like you like that, bruh. And they are in a place where they can't leave. Most of their passport they can't even get to Europe or the United States. They can probably get to the Caribbean. All right. And that's about it. That's about the distance they can go and maybe sneak into some European areas. But they can't travel to the United States. So it's best that they stay there and have as much fun as they can and much dick and much. So wear your condoms, nigga, because they have a lot of fun. You're just somebody for fun. Okay. That's all. It says you hang with someone you don't want to date. Facante. You're just hanging with someone. You don't want to date them. You just fucking. And Brazilian women know how to fuck too. I mean, I'm just telling you. It's like a test drive. These are your future wives right here, by the way. These are your future wives. It's a test drive. All right. And look at that big old bow tie in the back. Built like a refrigerator back there, that big back. All right, but let's focus on the young girl. It's just like a test drive. It's not a boyfriend. You don't introduce him to your family, a Brazilian ling. And there's a lot of Brazilian lings in Sao Paulo. So if you like Japanese women, because I actually know a Japanese woman that I mess around with from time to time. Her grandmama is Brazilian. Her grandmother is Brazilian. And so Sao Paulo has a lot of lings, a lot more lings than you actually would know. Let's continue. It says you don't have commitments and you can be with other people. You don't have commitments and you can be with other people. These women are young and free and dating, hugs, kissing, and sex. Yes. C. All right. Yes. Dating, kissing, fucking, sex. Yes. That's on the menu. All right. But so it says hooking up. Will the other hookups remain secret? Of course. Yes. It says right here, they all have 5 guys going at the same time. Yes. These are the rules of dating in Brazil. Okay. So you got to know that going there. If you get your heart involved here, you're going to get cooked. But not only that, in my opinion, they're saying that about Brazilian women. This is certainly true of women in Thailand and the Philippines and all of these hot spots that people hit and they think they're going to marry a wife out there. Let me just go back. The woman in the previous video said the same thing. Okay, so this is not just an international thing. Remember, this woman said the same thing. 5 niggas.
Niggas that I was like shuffling through. Like I had a breakfast nigga, a lunch nigga and a dinner nigga and a shopping nigga and a yacht nigga and a trip nigga. Like I'm saying, like I had all different types of whatever for each thing. I had someone.
All right, so there it is right there. So this is a young woman thing. We can just say the older woman, that boomer, where the guy was taking care of her and he built a house for her on the lake. Those women are gone. All right, the new woman, no matter where you go, has multiple. They have multiple guys for multiple reasons. Even if she's not having sex with all the guys, she doesn't have to have sex, but she'll commit to you and say, well, I have a guy that sends me money from time to time. Do you mind? What are you going to say? No, you can't do it. If you are wanting a relationship with her, yeah, guys are going to say, well, I guess that's okay. Now, if that guy comes into town, trust me, she's going to go see him. Okay, so if he's got enough money to send her just randomly, when he shows up in town, her loyalty, that's her daddy now. So she's going to have to make an excuse as to why she's going to disappear. Because when he says, hey, I'm in town, and he's been sending her a couple $1,000s a month, which happens out here, she's going to go see him when he's in town. And she's going to be like, my friend's in town and I got to go hang out with her. And I'm just going to see. And it's going to be a nigga in a hotel room beating the brakes off of your woman that does this particular dating strategy. And they're all going to do it at this point. I don't think there's many women that aren't doing this, especially black women. And I don't know, sisters, I don't know what this thing is of calling guys niggas. It is a big turn off to me. All right, that is a big turn. I got a breakfast nigga, a lunch nigga, a trip nigga. Like, to me, I cannot take a black woman seriously. Certainly not a woman of the other race. If they tell me they had a nigga that does this, I got a nigga that does this and a nigga that and a nigga. To me, that is one of the biggest turnoffs and why men, particularly black men, think black women are masculine. Because to me, nigga is a masculine word. Right? To me. Now, I'm not going to gatekeep, going to give everybody a nigga pass, except for women and black women. If you call a black man a nigga, like, hey, nigga, and nigga don't do this, and I do this, and I got a nigga. To me, that is a complete turn off. I mean, I am completely turned off. I'm like, disgusted. That is a masculine term for me. So I will give a white boy a nigga pass before I give a black woman a nigga pass. That's just how I work. All right, I think it is a disgusting word for a woman to use. It is a disgusting word for a woman to use. I automatically put you in a low class of bitches and hoes and all that shit. Last couple here, I guess we got, it's the evil world we live in as we matriculate the ball down field. Right. And yes, even if you've now become ecclesiastically a church woman and cleaned up your life, but you got the past niggas in your past, I'm like, disgusting. All right, I'm disgusted. It's the evil world we live in. Here we go right here. What's wrong with that? I'm just disgusted by you.
Evil world.
I'm just disgusted. I can't see you as a serious person if you use the word nigga in that vernacular. I just can't do it. Anyway, it's just completely just too masculine. And I don't like masculine women. Not to say I don't like and agree that women should not attempt to be masculine. A woman is never masculine. But if a woman actually acts masculine, I don't want nothing to do with her. Like, I don't have a need for you. Like, that energy doesn't match. Like, what the fuck am I going to do with a masculine bitch? Other than bend you over and make you feminine. I'm going to put you in your feminine when you bend over. All right, because anytime I enter your guts, you're gonna wince. All right, so if you masculine until I slide in between your legs, all right, and all of a sudden you and you pushing back. When they push back on your stomach, they push back on your hip. All right, that's what I like, bitch. Yeah, all right. I thought you was masculine, and I slide in, and she be pushing back on my hip. Slow it up a little bit. Slow your roll, CGA. What you doing? Take it a little.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
They push back on your chest. Hold up. That's a little too much at one time.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
All right, I'm gonna make you into my bitch. And I slap her hand away and slide it all the way in, and I'm all in her stomach. Anyway.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
All right, anyway, that was a little bit too much information.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
She like, slow it down. What are you doing? That's just too much at once, daddy. Slow that shit down. You all in my chest now and shit.
Get him, daddy.
Anyway, this was a family show. The women are appalled. They're like, really, daddy?
Okay, daddy.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Ass bitch.
Okay, daddy.
All right, anyway. What are we doing here? We got it's the evil world we live in. This is this is the new women y'all dealing with out here. Let's go ahead and describe what we got. We got a woman that is now we got an egg freezer here. A woman that is now conceived a child without a man.
Conceived a baby without the help of a doctor. I conceived a baby without the help of a doctor or a man. The internet went crazy over this, but let me share how I prepared to become a single mom by choice. Finances. You need to be financially prepared before embarking on this journey. For me, that looked like $15,000 a month between mortgage, bills, and childcare. I know that's steep, but I live in California. I started taking a ton of fertility supplements to prepare my body. In the meantime, I went online and chose a donor from a cryo bank. I feel like I know more about this donor than I do my own family. I had my tank arrive within 12 12 days of when I was supposed to ovulate. I was very strict on tracking my ovulation for months prior so that I could kind of estimate when that was going to happen. When the ovulation test line was as dark as the control line, I knew it was time to count down 12 hours. Once that 12-hour mark hit, I laid back, treated that syringe just like a tampon, and chilled with my legs up for 30 minutes. Then I used a flex disc and got on with my day. 10 days later, I took a couple pregnancy tests, and the rest is history. Now, that was 5 years ago, and my life has taken quite the turn.
Wow.
Oh, the humanity.
And look at what we have here. We got a codependent boomer marrying her. She ended up getting married with this test tube baby. Wow.
Oh, the humanity.
Man. And he's a stepdaddy to a test tube baby. To a self-impregnating woman. Just like that.
Oh, the humanity.
Just like that. My life is taking quite the turn. Well, she played on this nigga. She preyed on him. Now that she got the baby, she preyed on him, man. This is crazy.
If you want to learn more about my journey, follow along.
No, okay.
And that's you.
Wow. So this is when people say, I respect the man that does this. Like they'll say I disrespect what CGA's doing out here, but then see this and be like, I respect the man that gets married and he's done running these streets and he's settling that. I don't. That I never want this to be me. Okay. I'm just gonna this is number one. I don't shame him for doing this, but it will never be me. That's number one. This is never gonna be me. Number two, I hope this is never you. Okay, I will never promote or big up you for this shit either.
And that's you.
Wow. And I'm guarantee you nobody knows that until she put that shit out on the internet. Nobody knew this nigga was a stepdaddy to a test tube baby. Oh my good. I'd rather be single and ready to mingle instead of getting married to the Lord and Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. All right, last one is this woman here is Kira. All right, apparently she's a mattress actress. And I said this yesterday because I think the guy Adam 22 and the woman Lena the Plug fell in love. You know, people kept wanting to use they fell in love. All right, well, okay, go for it. But this woman, they fell in love doing an orgy, if I'm not mistaken. There were two women and one man, and then they got into a relationship as subsequently, right? And a lot of guys are confused by that. They're like, how could you get into a relationship and fall in love and like with a person like that? Guys, it happens all the time. Not everybody meets on a dating app and goes to dinner and falls in love. People fall in love crazy. Like even people fall in love, they met in a real way, and then they tell a lie on how they met. Press 1 in the chat if you've ever done that. You met a woman in a weird way, and then you make up a story how you met. So when people ask how you met, you don't tell the weird story. You tell the fake story. So you got to get your story straight. All right, we got to tell people how we met. Press 1 in the chat if that's happened. That's because a lot of people meet in weird ways. She was a sugar baby. She was a former escort. She worked at Hooters, and he was the trick that used to come in. And then she finally relented and was down bad, and then they got in a relationship. How did we meet? We met at Starbucks. We bumped into each other. But they won't tell you they met at an orgy or she was getting a train ran on her, and then he looked into her eyes, and then she looked into his eyes, and they fell in love. Shit happens like that. Most people don't meet in the regular way. They meet in a very abnormal way. He was the boss and she was the fucking subordinate. Okay. She was a teacher and he was the student. Look at the one guy, Macron from France. She was his fucking kindergarten teacher. Then he grew up, came back, and started fucking his kindergarten teacher. That's people meet in some mysterious, odd ways. They don't meet in normal ways. So this woman's going to talk about it here. She said she was getting a train ran on her and a gangbang ran on her, and she fell in love with the man she ended up being in a relationship with. Here we go.
For 2 years, partially because I met him during a gangbang, and he was so sweet, and the way he was communicating with other guys I thought was adorable. There was one part where I was in Cowgirl. We were on this couch, And so I had the guy that I was on cowgirl, straddling in my pussy. There was somebody behind me in my ass. I had a hand here and here on dicks. And then the guy that I ended up dating was behind the couch fucking my face. And so because my hands are occupied and I can't really move too much, he was fucking my face in a river of spit just sort of going down.
What? Ma'am, what are you talking about? Wow. You can fall in love in any particular way in this world today, man. You can get your girl in any way, man. And look how she's sitting there talking about it, man. Ain't no ring on her finger, but let's continue here. Goodness.
And it started plopping down on the guy that I was riding. And the dude whose dick I was sucking just looked down and he was like, I'm sorry. Like, just trying to apologize, but also not make too much noise.
Oh my God, you're so considerate.
Right.
You see the love story? Look at how they're letting her get away with it. Like, this is what I'm talking about, gentlemen. When I try to hit y'all and tell y'all not to be angry, I'm trying to get y'all to understand. A woman can tell, as long as love exists in the story, anything goes. So if they're an older woman with a younger man, it's love. Oh, it was so romantic. But if I'm an older man with a younger woman and I just want to fuck her, oh man, that's despicable. A love story always wins when it comes to women. They all give it a pass. Oh, he was so considerate while you was getting a train ran on you. Like, so they will be like, yeah, that's totally plausible. It's romantic love. He really did love you in the end. He was willing to overlook the fact that you was holding dicks. He was willing to overlook that you was getting sucked in one in your rear and you was getting double cowgirled. And oh yeah, he really loves you then.
That was so sweet. I literally like fell in love with him after that. So yeah, the communication between guys during a gangbang it's a real brotherhood thing.
I love that.
I love that.
Like one of the other guys was struggling in it, and every time he was noticing the little struggle, he was like, "Hey," and just like took his place. And,
yeah. You know, I mean, to be fair, like that is a high stress situation. You can always see like what someone's really like, how they perform in a high stress situation. This is like a great example of like good character.
Yeah. You have camaraderie, you know, good teamwork. Yeah. I dated a guy for 2 years, partially because I met him during a gangbang.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm the bad guy on the internet. I'm the bad guy of YouTube. I can't make my YouTube money. You guys realize every month I'm losing $100,000 a month on YouTube. As much times as I'm on YouTube, I'm losing $100,000 a month. I'm literally the slave. I'm literally Toby and Kuta Kinte of YouTube. I'm the bad guy for some reason, but this is the world you're living, and I'm just reporting this world. This is an evil world. It's a sickness.
It's an evil world we live in.
I'm the bad guy of YouTube. For some reason, people want to crucify me like I'm Jesus. But y'all letting this shit slide and not calling it out. What? How am I the bad guy? I'm telling you to just live peacefully and fuck a lot of lings in between all that. How in the hell am I the bad guy of all of these situations here? Why do y'all criticize me? And I'm literally out here trying to just live freely and trying to invite y'all to the park. This shit is insane. This shit is insanity. What you want me to do with this information? We got the main event coming up, but we got to get to these super chats and supporters. I'm putting my life on the line. I'm here going broke. I'm here to slave. I'm an indentured servant of YouTube. And they out here just, God damn, man. I literally get more views than monetized live streams. All right, Anton be on. I get as many views as he does, and he's literally just coasting through the algorithm. Me, on the other hand, not more views. I'm talking about concurrent live stream watchers. It's not that much different from him and Maya, and actually was doing better than him for a long time, right? But then he came up and he did well, doing his thing. No shade at him, but our numbers are neck and neck on a daily basis of concurrent live stream people. Now, once my live stream posts is dead in the water, that's what happens when you're fucking demonetized. It doesn't go through the algorithm. So by 2-3 days later, it's double the views. All right, but that's what happens. I'm looking at it like, bro, I got as much reach as him. But guess what? My subscribers numbers will go up. I'm dead. I'm in the fucking basement. Oh, it's tough, man. It's tough. It's sad. You know what I mean? I'll look back and look at all the millions I fucking lost trying to tell the truth. I guess I should have lied. I should have said I'm a Christian conservative first. And I pray to Jesus Christ. All right. Maybe I should have led with that. All right. Maybe I should have led with that. And people would have gave me a pass a long time ago. And then when I would have been caught up at the JUCO, then they would have made 1,000 videos about me. Dion Miller says, what's up for the weekend, gentlemen? Oh, man, what's up for the weekend?
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
I smell JUCO Punani for me. All right. And it's going to be crazy. Shout out to Snaptech Fix says four men in a row. Sheesh. Ronnie getting that paper. He getting that ecclesiastical paper.
Okay,
he getting that pimping paper out there from them Chinese. The Chinese men pay well. The Chinese men pay well, brothers. All right, we got our brothers over on PayPal and Venmo and Ko-Fi and PayPal. Holy mackerel. I just saw something here. All right, what's going on here with PayPal? All right, Cash App is going active. Great. So y'all active out here in these streets. So shout out to y'all, man. Thank you for the support this week. Shout out to Sean John says anything goes when it comes to hoes because pimping ain't easy. Pimping ain't easy. Neither is tricking. Neither is tricking. All right, tricking ain't easy, man. People think tricking is easy. It's very difficult things to be out here tricking. Okay, tricking is hard. Don't think it's easy to trick and just throw money at bitches. All right. Because it's hard out here. Shout out to her. It's hard out here for a trick. Brandon B says, blessings to you, coach. Had one of the biggest sales for my company today in a 5-figure range. I remember the days I was down bad after I got out of the army and didn't have a shot. This goes to show you always have a choice in life, and that is to boss up. Shout out to you, brothers. Brandon Beach with a co-sponsorship. Appreciate you, Brandon. And congratulations on hitting that big sale for your company. Shout out to Garrett H. says Don Nelson had his team shooting threes before it was popular. They called him crazy. He's a revolutionary. He doesn't get enough credit. Yep. Early days of coaching Steph. I think he coached Steph. Am I mistaken? Did he coach Steph before Mark Jackson coached Steph? It might be possible. I might be mistaken about that. But yeah. Don Nelson was the original. Don Nelson came from the ABA coaching, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about that. He came from the ABA. So any ABA coaches, I might be wrong about that. Let me look that up. But the ABA coaches basically didn't believe in defense. The ABA was a renegade league, which basically they came up with the 3-point line and shit like that. So ABA teams did not play defense. All right. They was just basically run the ball up the court, do the alley-oop around the back, do crazy wild shit. All right. They were a renegade league. And what tend to happen is those teams like the Denver Nuggets was an ABA team. Their whole thing was to run up the score and make y'all niggas run the court in Denver. Right. And they knew they had the altitude to their advantage. So they was like, why play defense? All right. They would just go up there, shoot the ball quick and make you shoot the fucking ball and then go up and down the court and then see who won at the end. Whoever has the highest amount of points wins. And so a lot of coaches adopted that philosophy earlier. Larry Brown, Rick Pitino. He didn't coach Steph. Shout out to him. But it's basically was just go down and shoot the ball as fast as possible. Then hopefully you come down and shoot the ball quick too. They would just not play enough defense. Go ahead, take that open shot and then go back down the floor and shoot. Whoever gets to 100. First team to 100 wins. And by the way, statistically, if you're a betting man, the first team that gets to 100 points in the NBA usually wins. The first team that gets to 100. I think it's like a 68%. Let me see here. First team to 100 in the NBA. In NBA, what is the record? It is, this is the Lawler's Law. 94% of the time, 94% of the time, the first team to 100 wins. But if you look at in close games where the team leads by 5 points or less, it goes down to 74%. But so if it's a close game, it's 74%. So even if they're up by 2 or 3 or 4 and they hit 100 first, it's 74%. So that's a crazy stat. First team to 100. So that's an easy thing to do. It's like, fuck it, let's get to 100 first. All right, by running up and down the court, run them legs off and let the altitude hit them. All right, that's a crazy stat for the NBA. A lot of coaches adopted that math. Rick Pitino did it too. Basically, they would try to press you. All right, get an extra possession. And when they get an extra possession, they will shoot a three-pointer. And mathematically, you get an extra possession and you shoot a three. You would have to only shoot 30% at the three. With an extra possession, you're going to win. All right, so that's an interesting thing. That's called the early days of the, what do they call it now? Today they call it not algorithm. Today they call that it's another A word. Analytics. Today they call it analytics. But Rick Pitino did that in the early 80s. Mike D'Antonio did that in the 2000s. Don Nelson, and there's another guy who just died. He was a basketball coach for the Denver Nuggets. Old guy. He just recently died. He did that same thing too in Denver. Can't think of the Denver coach that just died. Let me see here. Denver Nuggets coach. Old Denver Nugget coach. Rick Adelman just died. Doug Moe is the guy I'm thinking about. Doug Moe. He just died in February. So, yeah, he did the same thing. No defense. Right, just run the ball. But yeah, Doug Moe in Denver, he did the same thing. And they would lead the league in scoring, but they would be the 8th seed in the playoffs. Shout out to Doug Moe. Rick Adelman just died. Longtime coach. Yeah, man, that's crazy. We all die. Shout out to Doug Moe and Rick Adelman. Paul Westhead, another one. Paul Westhead was another one. Just shoot fast. All right. Go up there. Loyola Marymount. Just go down there and score. Fuck the defense. Paul Westhead. Thank you for bringing that up too. Paul Westhead was another one of those guys. Just score the ball. Defense don't win championships. But it wins games, but it don't win championships. Joel C says, whatever happened to that Mitch Anton Daniels? I never heard of him after the whole side piece scandal. Well, you called him a Mitch. I didn't. Shout out to Anton, but he still makes content. Now, people don't realize that those scandals do hurt your credibility a little bit with your audience. You do lose views. Okay. He did lose not a lot of views, but he did lose views and momentum. Abba and Preach, same thing. Although they don't lose their audience completely, the people that are on the border, Fresh and Fit, this happened to as well. The people who are not actually, first of all, you have haters. Then you have people who are trying to get you to be credible. So they're looking to hang on. Then you have your loyalists. Your loyalists are going to be there no matter what in content creation. You got your loyalists. Then you got the people that are hanger-ons. Then you got your haters. Your haters want to see you lose, and then when you lose, it's validated. So when they see you take an L, they're like, "Good, I stuck along long enough to see you catch that L." Then they drop. Then they leave. Corey Holcomb, same thing. They'll be there for the scandal. They'll watch, and once they get confirmation, then the haters can leave. All right, we got our pound of flesh. Then you have the hanger-ons. Those are the people who fluff your views up an extra 10, 20, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. In Abba and Preach's case, an extra 200,000 views. Abba and Preach has gone through that scandal. They've lost the hanger-ons and even the haters. They've gone. They got their pound of flesh. The hanger-ons that were just there just for the good times, not that the bad times showed up, they drop. And that's what happens. Abba and Preach has lost probably 40% of their views. And they can only talk about so much subject matter. So the things that used to work for them, they can't do much of it anymore. And that happens. It happens to Anton. It happens to everybody, just so you know. There's nothing unique about this happening. Some people will come back. Some people won't come back. All right, but people are going to drop off. You're going to lose 20, 30, 40% of your viewership when you go through some sort of scandal. All right, you're going to go through the scandal. And then that'll affect how you show up in the algorithm. If you're getting less views and less people commenting, or you're deleting 50% of your comments because people are still attacking you based on your past scandal, you're getting less engagement, and then you'll drop out of the front page. This also happened to Shannon Sharp. There's nothing unique about this. This happened to Shannon Sharp. So Shannon Sharp had the same thing. Now, sometimes you come back, but Shannon Sharp's viewership dropped a little bit because people start going, but the loyalists stick around. And then you have some hanger-ons that stick around and people that go, oh yeah, Shannon Sharp was at the peak of the algorithm. He was at the peak. Like, you could not come on YouTube without Shannon Sharp being on your front page. Press 1 if you know what I'm talking about. About a year and a half ago, Shannon Sharp was peak algorithm. I don't give a fuck if you were signed in, signed out, unsubscribed, press that you didn't want to subscribe. Shannon Sharp was on the front fucking page every time. Now he's not so much. He's not so much on the front page. You got to go dig in and find them and be like, oh yeah, you got to follow him on Instagram and be like, okay, they're still out there. You got to be a loyalist to go there and be like, I'm plugged into Shannon Sharp. So he had a significant drop off where he was no longer YouTube's boy, and they had to not an algorithm treat you as such. Okay. But Shannon Sharp was every fucking where. You come up there and they had 8 videos on the front page. Like, God damn. But it happens. It happens. So you guys got to prevent that. And it's hard to recover sometimes. I mean, I've seen that with Donovan Sharp. He took a big major hit. And it's hard for you to recover from that, especially when people are out to knock you out the fucking box. And they were out to knock Donovan out of the box. So he's out here trying to figure out how to get any momentum back. People will really just write you off. And people will get written off eventually anyway, so it's no big deal. It's no big deal. The only way you survive in this game is if people continue to make hate content on you. Not hate content that validates it, meaning like you went through a scandal and they reporting on it. That's not hate content. That means you continue to do your message and people continue to find ways to hate on you. That's how you blow up. That's how Kevin Samuels blew up. That's how Anton Daniels got his numbers, is that you don't need the algorithm as long as other people are making content about you. If people are making content about you, you're going to go right through the fucking, you don't have any choice, because I don't even have to be subscribed to Anton. I don't even have to know who Kevin Samuels is. But if you keep talking about him, all right, I'm like, oh, I don't need to be subscribed to his channel. You keep talking about this nigga. And then you talk about him and you're talking about him either in hate or love. I don't even need to watch his views. There's another person that if you look at the amount of views that people get talking about that person versus the amount of views the person actually gets, it's outrageous. And Myron Gaines is that guy. And Andrew Tate is somewhat that guy. When Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines puts out content, it doesn't get that much views. But if someone talks about Myron Gaines or Andrew Tate, it gets a lot of views. You're like, what the fuck? Then you'll go over to the actual thing that they're talking about, and it got 23,000 views. The video talking about the guy got 98,000 views. And you're like, how does that even make sense? Andrew Tate, he ain't even on YouTube. Somebody does a video about Andrew Tate, 350,000 views. Same thing as Wes Watson and all of these other guys. You go to Wes Watson content, 50,000 views. Somebody talking about Wes Watson, 500,000 views. Like, so that's how the YouTube works. The person doesn't, you don't even have to watch the person's content to know about the person. Okay. So it's a weird business. What do you really want? Yeah, as a content creator, do you want people to watch your shit or people to report on your shit every day? Kevin Samuels was somewhat similar as well. People would just watch his live stream and put out a video talking about his live stream, and it will get just as many views as the live stream itself. All right, interesting shit. Shout out to our brother here. It is obstacles to opportunities. Go ahead and watch your boy. He does have a YouTube channel. Obstacles to opportunities from the Swiss Alps. We outside winning in the Porsche 911 GTS. The after pill is undefeated. Boss up, ninjas. Zero room for losers. Fuck the community. LOL. Shout out to Obstacles of Opportunity out there in the Swiss Alps. If you follow him on the gram or on YouTube, I think he's posting it on the gram. He is out there in the Swiss Alps with the bitches yodeling and shit, with the pigtails, with the pigtail braids. Yodel, hee hoo. Yodel, 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 hee hoo. That's a co-sponsorship. He out there with a 911. I'm rich, bitch. All right, I love me some yodel, yodel, hee hoo bitches. All right, I see bitches with the pigtail braids. And a little, yeah, yodel, 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 yee hoo, with the backpack and shit. Love them. All right, shout out to you. I know you out there with them flatback Supremes out there. Yodel, yodel, hee hoo, bitches. All right, white bitches, put your hair in pigtail braids and yodel. I'll give you lots of money. I'll give you some money.
I got money.
And have your feet out too. You're going to get a lot of money. All right. People be like, yeah, but those are teenagers, coach. No, they're not. They're not. They're in their early 20s. I don't want to see no old fat bitch with no pigtail braids. All right. I don't want to see all the fat in the back of your neck. Brandon says, I sent my JUCO, my favorite JUCO of 1 year in advance deposit for an arrangement meeting, and she went ghost on me. Yeah, you gave her the exit money. I usually wouldn't care since I normally operate in abundance, but she was the best looking woman I ever been with. He says, what would you do in my shoes? I'm cooked right now. Charge it to the game and learn from your mistakes. Don't do this. Do not do this, guys. Look, get the woman to show. Always get the woman to show up. Don't do shit like this, man. And I don't even do for your wife or your girlfriend. Because this is how women work. How women work is they work for the reward. If you give them the reward first, they no longer will do the work. I don't care if I pay my maid. If I pay my maids in advance, them bitches will be sick on the day they need to come to work. That's just how it works. If you pay if you give a woman that comes in here, can I get a prepayment? Can I get an advance on my paycheck? And she works for you. When you give her the advance, she gonna catch the gout. All right. She gonna catch the gout all of a sudden. She gonna have cramps and diarrhea and the gout. She gonna have swollen ankles and all kind of shit. She gonna be in the emergency room. That's female employees. Anytime, any female you're working with, if you give your wife, I'm gonna give you the gift, and then I'm gonna ask for what I want after the fact. Tell your wife to suck a whole lot of dick and lick a whole lot of between your legs, and then she get the purse. Okay, that's what you do. You pay after they show up. Always, when you're dealing with women, pay them afterwards. You always reward after the fact. Never give the money up. And if you do, just charge it to the game. It's like, damn, I never would have thought. She never did that in the past. She did it today. It's always going to happen. You tell your kids, your daughter comes in, hey, dad, can I do this and X, Y, and Z? You be like, clean your room, and then I'll do it. If you give her the thing first and then tell her to clean her room, there's a high chance she's not going to clean the room. The incentive is gone for cleaning the room. And then you can be like, hey, I did this for you. I figured you would clean your room afterwards. Nope. No, she's not cleaning her fucking room. So it's not just the JUCO. It's not just its wives, daughters, girlfriends, JUCOs, prostitutes. I don't care how you're dealing with women. You deal with them the same. You put them bitches on a plan for reward. You do first. If I'm taking a woman out for dinner and all that shit and she come in and get flown in for the weekend, before we go to dinner, we fucking, not afterwards. I'm getting mine first. We fuck before we go to dinner, not afterwards. So I give her a plan. This is our itinerary. This is our Saturday. We're going to go to the gym. Then we're going to go get some breakfast. After breakfast, we're going to do our shit like this. And then we're going to go do a little excursion. Then we're going to come back. It's nap time. Before I take a nap, we fuck. All right. Then you go do your hair and your makeup. Then You go get dressed for dinner. Then you wake me up and say, hey, I'm almost 45 minutes to be done. Then I'll hop in the shower after I take my snooze, after I nut it. Then we go to dinner because I ain't waiting until after dinner to fuck. Because it's going to be 11:30, 12, 12:30, and 1. She going to have bubble guts and diarrhea. She going to be well fed and treated and took all her Instagram pictures and shit. All right. Now she don't want to fuck and suck dick. Now she too tired. Can we do it in the morning? No, baby. You missed out on the day because I'm going to need tonight and in the morning. Okay. Okay. So you guys got to know whether you're dealing with women that are of the night at the JUCO on the dark side, whether you're dealing with wives, daughters, girlfriends, sisters, always get what you want beforehand. Then you reward her afterwards. If you don't want to feel like rewarding her and you want to renege her, that's up to you. But me, on the other hand, I'm getting mine first. Or you ain't getting shit from me. That's how I do the shit. But anyway, shout out to KD says, been on my boss up journey since 19 years old in the 2019, over 7 years, some business model pivots. And we just crossed the 100,000 pound revenue mark for my drone company. Tell these Mitches there are no shortcuts to bossing up unless you're the you-know-who-ish. Even that won't save you. You got to boss up. You got to beat the adversity. Congratulations to you for hitting the over 100,000 pound mark for your business. Appreciate you. Shout out to Candace is in the building. I feel good. Ooh, about Candy. I feel good. Woo! About Candy. We got Candy in the building. I see that picture. Candy, you ain't getting out of this life without me hitting that. I'm gonna just let you know. All right. Do you got a boyfriend, Candy? Candace been around for a while. Candace, you gonna have to come over and I'm putting hands on them hips. I'm definitely I blew up the picture too so I could see the damn thing. Yep. I feel good. Woo! About Candy. I feel good. Yeah. Woo! About Candy. All right. Candace says, just sharing the fruits of my investment, the money mindset, being one of the best investments I ever made. Shout out to you, coach. And she sent me a heart and she sent me a sponsorship. Shout out to her. Woo! About Candy. Candy says she's in money mindset. She's invested. She sent the sponsorship. She is a member of the Shield. Shout out to Candace. Woo! About Candy. Yes, indeed. Shout out to her, man. Boy, it takes a good, strong woman to donate to the legendary Every Woman's Fantasy out here. Go ahead and send me that email and maybe we'll have a meet up here. We'll have a meeting in the ladies' room in Las Vegas. Woo! All right, anyway, shout out to her. Appreciate her for doing that where she didn't have to do it. Ladies, pony up. Pony up. Bitch ass niggas, these women are sponsoring the show. Woo! These women are sponsoring the show. These bitch ass niggas out here. Coach, man, you shouldn't be making money from this. You should be out here helping men. We should be helping men. Fuck you, men. Like, fuck y'all niggas. All right. You should be giving this information to help men. I'm about helping my men. We're about helping men. Ass niggas. All right, I can't stand them bitch ass niggas in the manosphere. We should be out here trying to help men. Help men from a tough time, getting pressure put on them and so forth and so on. If you don't shut your bitch ass up, nigga, fuck you, nigga. All right, go back to my old content.
Look at this bitch.
You should be helping men.
Nigga.
All right, we shouldn't be out here making money for men. We should be helping men. Ass nigga. It should be men helping men. We men need help. Adrian Paul says, cheers to you. Usually part of the playback game, but catching you live on a Flatback Friday. Shout out to the Shield and shout out to Kaylee. Appreciate you, Adrian Paul. All right. They gonna tell me what I should be doing. Meanwhile, they out here watching me and they ain't doing shit for me. Oh, that's interesting. Shout out to our brother here. No government name. Did you catch the BBL? No, I didn't. Talking shit about you. Who gives a fuck about that nigga, man? Stop bringing this. Would you stop bringing up loser content creators trying to talk shit about me to be relevant? I don't give a fuck about these guys at all. There ain't nothing I can say about him. All right, shout out to Percy. Says, Coach out here exposing Generation X. This is why Tupac is the Gen X hero, the ballerina thug who is a philosopher and a drug dealer. And all of a sudden, he was a gangbanger. All of a sudden, he was a blood. He was blooding and cripping. But he was also a pro-black at the same time, a Black Panther at the same time. Like, golly. It was like, this nigga Tupac had so many goddamn personalities. Here we go. Martin says, you just laid out my life, except gangbanger and pimp. I just use my credit. I just use it to credit it for me being a Gemini. My best friend calls me the master of the hard pivot because when I'm on something new, I'm on something new. This frustrates the hell out of people, especially controlling women. Yes, indeed. And if you missed that part of the show, we talked about old heads, and particularly Gen X men being, well, Renaissance men, if we will, but many personalities. And it confuses people. He says, had to follow up on the Gen X take. The point that I want to make is that I'm not to be caged by religion, women, jobs, and family. Nothing. When I hear people trying to box me in, all I hear is Skeletor and the rock sound effects. Shout out to you.
Silence, you fool.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But we're all multifaceted, so it's hard for us to be one person, one personality. No government aim. It is TWP. Senior citizenship is what most people criticize Anton of. Yeah, he says 1 minute he's a conservative family man. Then he talks about getting women on your program. Then he's always been a nerd. Yeah, then he's a nerd. Then he's showing up with the Pikachu ears. He said, and then the hot dog costume. He said this is how he runs into a lot of problems with people. Great content strategy. But it's difficult for people to recognize you as something else, especially on social media. And the pivots tend to come when you get pushback in the other area. So you get pushback on this, and all of a sudden you're that. On this, though, I'm more like this. But, you know, I do it as well, so I'm not criticizing it. I do it as well. Kind of. Brayon says, Coach, you talking about clapping cheeks in the nursing home has me over here dying. Shout out to you. And I will be clapping them cheeks. In the nursing home. I'm fucking in the nursing home, y'all. And even I'm going to be in the 55 up community, fucking everybody. All right, because you know, at 55 you can do what? You can move into these senior living quarters, and typically it's not a lot of 55-year-old people in there. That's the young people, the 55 plus. Typically it's a whole lot of old people dying every fucking week, falling in the elevator, slipping in the goddamn bathtub. All right, every week the wambalams be outside putting people on the gurney and shit. Every week somebody dying in there. It's a very depressing place to be. I had a relative in one of these 55 plus communities. All right, it's great. The amenities are great. They have somebody to clean your little fucking house, like your college dorm room. All right, it's fantastic. You got fine dining and shit like this. Okay. But most of the people at 55 plus be 85 plus. All right, 75 and 85 plus. When they be out there sitting in a wheelchair outside just kicking their feet. Nobody coming to visit their ass. Just be out there all day. They don't be working and shit. They just be like, God damn. All day sitting in the wheelchair in front. Like, what I'm going to do today? I done watched enough Jerry Springer and Judge Mathis. The fuck I'm going to do? They done forgot about me in this motherfucker. Might as well die. Fuck it. All right. They go up the elevator and they fall in the elevator. Dead. They just drop dead in the motherfucker. Eaten and choke. All right, cold in a motherfucker, man. Life is cruel. If you think people gonna take care of you in life, go to a 55 and up living place. This is what men should do. Hey, man, if you think your kid's gonna take care of you in 2026 and beyond, everybody should go visit a 55 plus community. Like, go there for 2 days and just hang out. Go there when it's morning time, where it's motherfucking lunchtime and dinner time, and then come back the next day. No motherfuckers be sitting out there like just kicking their foot. God damn. Kids done forgot about them. Kids done moved to another state. They check in when you call them up. Hey, kids, how you doing? Can you come visit grandpa? They like, oh, grandpa, what the fuck, man? What do you need? Ah, damn. Call me when you in hospice, nigga. Let me know. Let me know, boy. They will fuck you over and leave you over there, just stranded on an island and shit. And then the 55 plus people don't, and these are normally, like I said, 70 and up. It's not really 55 and up. It's mostly like 70 up, 70 and up, 70, 80, and 90. They literally be out there just treating you like you ain't shit. Like you ain't even a human being to them. You a child to them. Now, I told you, Greg, don't be going over there to Esther's room. All right, we got you on camera out there looking through Esther's peephole and shit. All right, giving you demerit, smacking you on the hand. All right, we can't let you go out and eat with the regular people today. We're going to bring your fucking Jello over to your room, and you got to stay in your room for 1 week. Then you call up your parent, you call up your kids. Hey, man, they out here mistreat me out here. They ain't out here washing my dick or nothing. They ain't even washing my dick. They ain't even cleaning my house. They got me locked in the room. All right, your kids be like, yeah, nigga, yeah, whatever. We going to Jamaica with the family. All right, we ain't got no time to be looking after your ass. Are you still alive? Okay, well, shut the fuck up. All right, we going to Jamaica this summer. But y'all thinking, man, my kids gonna take care of me. You better watch out, bro. Even if you were a good parent, they gonna forget about your ass. Actually, there was a video, there was a thing of a dude going viral says, I'm 85 years old, I'm 80 years old, and my kids done forgot about me. It was an old black man. Kids, let me see here. Forgot about me. They forget about your ass, bro. Let me see here. All right, look, we got, okay, look. Woo, wee. You're going to learn. Here we go right here. But I can't find the original video, but I pulled this up on Google. At 84, my own children forgot me. So I did this. I stopped chasing them. At 86, my kids forgot me. So I did something about it. I'm 86. My kids forgot about me. Here's what I did. I deleted my children's number from my phone at 83 years old. My hands were shaking. And here's what I did next. When your kids forget your birthday, don't be bitter. Oh, way. What to do when your aging parents forget who you are. Okay, that's some Alzheimer's shit. All right, it's a cold, evil world out here, bro. Hey, anything can happen out here.
It's an evil world we live in.
And here's another thing, prepare for death. Prepare for death. When you get older, you don't need to accumulate a lot. The things you accumulated, you need to start kind of getting rid of. And I would say around 60, 65, 70. I'm not saying minimalize, but a lot of the things you have, nobody gives a fuck about. About 98% of the things you have and accumulated in your life, even the memorabilia, even the things that might have a little bit of value to you, even the things that you might think have value. When you die, they throwing all that shit away. All of it. 98% of the shit that you got, they throwing it all away. That shit is not of value. Even if you think it's of value, it ain't of value. So this is how you prepare yourself for death. A lot of people don't prepare for death. Niggas don't even have life insurance, but you prepare for death. Don't think people are just going to, take your shit and like, oh, this is valuable to him and I'm going to keep it. Nah, they throwing that shit in the garbage. They trashing all of your shit. All of that shit that you done hung out and was meant shit for you. They throwing it away. And they don't got time to do a estate or a rummage sale, depending on who you are. And the house that you think you're going to pass down, they selling that shit. They selling it for a loss, collecting the proceeds and splitting that shit. It's out of sight, out of mind. So that's how you prepare, and you prepare for it, and you tell people, this is how I want to be celebrated. I'm preparing this. I'm preparing them to remove all of this shit. It's meaningless to me and to you. You gonna keep this shit or not? What do you want? Let me put this shit on the list. Okay. But 99.8% of that, they throwing that shit away. All right, all your fucking compact discs and porn DVDs, they just gonna laugh at you and record it and put it on the internet. See Tisha Campbell. Tisha Campbell's father died, and she went through his porn collection and posted that shit. Huh? What? They only want to know where the liquid assets are. Where's the liquid money? Where's the life insurance check? Where's the inheritance? That's all they gonna care about. Where the life insurance? Give me that shit, bro. Fuck all the rest of that shit. That little collection shit. All right, I ain't got time to put that shit on eBay and all of that shit. I ain't got time to that shit. Come pick it up. But be prepared to die, bro. Prepare yourself for death because it's inevitable. You cannot afford it. No one's getting out. Everybody dying. So you want to prepare. Don't catch motherfuckers off guard and make them do all that work digging through all your shit. Ugh. Anyway. Yeah. Shout out to Caitlin says children and senior citizens are the ones we always want to protect. Children haven't done anything debaucherous yet. And we want to assume that old people haven't done anything dirty. Nobody is innocent these days, nor will they ever be. Yeah. I mean, only children for the most part, for sure. All right. Children, I guess, are the only ones. Fazito says, I would never forget that in 2016, 2017, I was signed up on a similar site to OF. That was the woman's name. He says, you have there having her train ran through on her love story. Her agent or casting person was offering me to do a scene if I booked her for $15,000. And he's talking about the young woman who I won't mention her name because I don't promote these people, but $15,000 a scene. All right, $15,000 a scene. I'm going through all the super chats because we about to get to these main events. Joshua Smith says Coach needs to be paid for all of his work. Shout out to you. Paid. Get a brother paid, for, especially that I'm giving you the best information on the YouTubes. The Empire Podcast says thoughts on soul ties, sex magic, and protecting yourself. Sex is a lot of energy. All right, you will a lot of. I don't know about soul ties, but sex is a magical thing. It's a lot of energy exchange going on. Not only that, it's a lot of fluid exchange. It's a biological process. Protect yourself and don't think that you can just have sex with a person and not be pulled into their whatever they got going on. Okay, their energy, their spirit, their sexual past, male or female. Sex is a thing that you should handle very responsibly. So you got to understand that it's not just something you do and move on, right? Like a dog. We do collect a lot of people's energy and spirit, their past, their trauma. It's kind of like when you eat meat, right? A cow, but that cow's been traumatized. You're eating the trauma as well. You're eating their trauma and that trauma is getting into your system. This is why people go vegan so they can prevent that. But I'm never going to go full rabbit. But you're going inside of a woman. Her insides, her everything. That's why if you go inside of a woman and she didn't want you to go inside of her, it ruins her because you're going inside of her. Like that's a very big deal mentally and psychologically for a woman that I'll never understand. And the closest I can get to it is somebody try to go upside my insides, pause, and I didn't want them to be there. I would actually feel the same way. I don't want you to be up in there, nigga. I ain't Shannon Sharp. I mean, okay, I didn't mean that. But I was just kidding, Shannon. But you go up inside a woman, it's a very big deal. Right? You go up inside a woman raw, this is a big deal. Like, look at the difference between condom sex and no condom sex. A woman can literally forget about you if you had condom sex. She won't even count it as sex. It ain't even the same. It's not the same experience with her sexually with the condom. But if you go inside that woman with no condom, as much as she wants to forget about you, she can't really forget about you. You go up a woman's Duke shoot, this is the next step. That's the woman just don't offer you Duke shoot. That means she got to really feel a certain way to let you control her body, that her body is under your control. That is a certain thing. That means you done been up in there raw. You done been up in there and she let you go raw. The Duke, this woman is literally putting yourself above some sort of soul tie she gave to other person right there. Is she swallowing your suck seed? She's swallowing your suck seed. A woman got all that protein and she can't wait to swallow your suck seed. Like that is energy exchange. That is not just something you should take lightly. When you're young, you'll take it lightly. But as you're getting older and you see women just doing this, there's a connection certainly being made that you have to understand. This energy exchange, you must not take it for granted. You better watch out. All right, you better watch out, because when you try to pull away from that woman, that's when they will act funny. All right. They'll act funny. Shout out to Mr. M. Alvey says, saving funds because the JUCO and the Empire building. Not sure what that means, but shout out to you. Appreciate you.
What that mean?
And women that do this with a lot of guys, you got to realize that that woman is on a crazy mission. Okay. She on a crazy mission. If she does this with a lot of guys, I'm going to say she a witch at that point. This bitch is a witch, and not a good witch. And she knows. By the way, a lot of women know a lot of things about this, and they don't tell you that they're doing this. And that's where you really have to understand how women know about them being succubis and possessing you sexually. They'll do things like put oils and ointments around their vagina area so that you attach to them more. They'll look at your astrological chart to figure out how to attach to you. They'll let you nut in their mouth. All right. They'll sit on your face and squirt on you. These are all things that they're doing intentionally to connect to you. And it's somewhat, I would say, subconscious. It's a natural thing because we're all animals, but they'll do things like this. They'll let you piss on them in the shower, in their hair. They'll wash her hair. She'll wash her hair in your urine. Like, I'm telling you, man, they wild, man. They're wild. And, oh, by the way, before there was a sense of what we call monotheistic religion, you got to realize that women have been doing this for all of history. If you talk to a feminist, and I'm giving y'all this knowledge, if you talk to a feminist, this is how women were able to do what? Live in a society where women had power. Okay, before Judaism and Christianity and Islam took over and took this power away from women, a lot of women in history were known for these acts. A lot of women have been remembered since the beginning of time for this exact thing. This is how they got power, right? And were able to be women. But again, these religions took that away and criticized women and took that power away from them. But women before that time were worshiped for this. They were remembered for this. Think about the woman that is the Venus, the woman Medusa. All right, these are all stories of Lilith. Even if there was parable, the gods that we prayed to that were women of power. The one woman was the queen of Egypt that had the two Roman emperors that she was fucking. Yeah, Ashtar. So women have almost always had this power, and they weren't really criticized for this power. Sometimes they were worshipped. Cleopatra. There's another woman that I'm thinking of was Venus, but her other name is Venus. Other name is somebody help me with this one. I always forget the other name of Venus. Aphrodite. Same person. All right, just two different people call them different. I think Aphrodite is what the Greek called them, and she's called Venus by the Romans. Same person. Somebody said Serena. All right, yes, Serena too. But this is why you get the idea that a woman's intimacy can destroy kingdoms. And it's not. People have used this to criticize women. But before the Christianity came along, this is why these religions came along and they went hardcore on women, right? Because they had this power. Jezebel, another one, Jezebel. So this is why religion has used these parables to talk about how women can destroy kingdoms through their sexuality and their perversion and their manipulation, right? So this is why feminists always want to be anti these religions, because they want to be able to possess these powers unilaterally and use that against you. The Salem witch trials is an example of, I always think the Salem witch trials had to do with sexual perversion than it had to do with them being witches. There was a sexual nature to those women worshiping and what it was causing other women to do sexually than it had to do, because there's no excuse. Oh, they were witches casting spells. Nah, there was some sexual shit going on with these bitches. All right. And they was like, we need to burn them. Okay. We need to burn these bitches. You need to burn a bit. Because women in their sexual power can really run the world. All right. A lot of incels want to understand this. A woman's sexual power can change the fucking world. A woman's sex can change the world. And when I say pussy and money are the things that have power, niggas will be like, no. Okay, explain the Virgin Mary. Explain the Virgin Mary. Remove sex and virgin and pussy from the story of Jesus and see how far we get. Remove 14-year-old virgin vagina from the story of Christ that has literally affected our 2,000 years. And nothing, you don't even move the fucking story. The story starts with a virgin pussy. Okay, that's how the story starts. There was a virgin vagina, a virgin Jewish woman, 14 years old. That's how the story starts. And it has changed the world. It's changed the world. That's how fast a pussy can change the world. The vagina. One vagina changes the world. All right. One vagina changes the world. Without her vagina, the world is not what it is today. Anyway. Last one, Black British brother in Switzerland. After passing it looks like an AI Azure exam. I tried some normie dating yesterday, met up with a German woman. We had 2 non-alcoholic drinks each. I paid the bill. Total cost 80 Swiss francs, which is $100. He says men need to boss up in 2026. Man, 100, just like that, gone. Money gone. Boss up, nigga. Money gone. And people say it don't cost much to date, which brings us to the main event. Okay, the main event. And the main event is Pookies are finally acknowledging that they're losing market shares in the monetized dating marketplace. Let's take you to it. Okay, CGA, the originator, is back. The monetized dating marketplace is something that I coined probably around the year 2021, 2022, talking about how women are playing the spectrum. They're also dating for a variety of reasons. There was a time where I grew up where women didn't necessarily have an open field of the men that they dated. Like if they didn't like the guy, the high chance that they would not date the guy is extremely high. I don't like him. I don't like the way he looks. I don't like his personality and so forth and so on. That's in a different time. That was in the yuppie years. That was when everybody was driving around in BMWs. That's when women had somewhat limited choice in who they picked, but who they picked was somewhat important. As we matriculated the ball downfield in the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s, we got to dating apps and the hookup culture, and women got to experience a lot more men. Therefore, they either were imprinted by guys or they realized that there's a different variety of guys based on different stages of their lives. I'm in this era, so I want this guy. I'm in this era, so I want this guy. I'm in this era, so I get rid of this guy. So women have opened up the field to amount of men that they will deal with. They want to experience every type of man before they pick the one that they want or fits them in their era. So they went through that whole thing. Now today, because of the economy, women are now further going to the monetized side of the dating. Not all of them will sell vagina though, but a lot of them will explore the monetized days. So if they're young, they will date and hang around guys who are wealthy. They will date and hang around guys that have Lamborghinis. Even though they might not like the guy, for Gen Z women, they still will hang out with the guy. Whereas in the past, a woman will say, I don't care about your money. Today, the woman will say, well, he does have money, so I'll hang around with him. And then I'll just go back to give it to the guy that I really like. Men think as women as one-dimensional. They only like young guys. They only like older guys. They only like tall guys. They only like black guys. They only like white guys. Women today are multifaceted. They will date around the spectrum. And just their date, just like I showed you the Brazilian video, they'll just say, well, you're just a person I like to have fun with. This person is the person I love. For men, because we're competitive, we think that another person's getting disadvantaged. For example, the guys that's the sugar daddy has a young woman who has a boyfriend. The sugar daddy pays for access that the boyfriend gets somewhat for free. The money that the sugar daddy gives to the girl splits it with the guy. For some reason, we look at the guy with the money as the negative. Oh, she's taking his money and giving it to the person that she really likes. You don't realize that the guy got what he wanted from the woman. He got probably more from that woman in a quicker amount of time where he didn't even have to waste time. He got what he wanted. He didn't lose. The guy that had to depend on that guy is the ultimate loser. That $98, go ahead and use it. The other guy doesn't care. In our world, we'll try to find a way where one guy lost and another guy won. When in reality, the woman got fucked by all the guys. Either way, the woman got tossed. And what'll happen is guys will try to control and manipulate the marketplace by saying that this strategy works better than the other. So if you're not doing this particular thing, you're losing. We do it over here. The Pookie wants to think he gets it for free. I say, well, you paid. That's an example of me developing a competitive strategy to tell the guy, you didn't win like you thought you won. Guys that don't pay end up finding the guy who did pay and say, you didn't win like you thought you was because this result happened. She took your money and she brought it to me. So we're all doing a competitive thing, but I think all of us don't understand that either way, the woman booty hole got robbed, right? Either way, she had to throw her legs up. Either way, she got fucked. Most of the time, she looks at all of the guys as they all played a role. And I'll play this video again just so you guys can show you. I can show you. She doesn't look at anyone as the winner. Whereas the guy look at the guy, somebody won, somebody lost. Here's an example. You see this woman here, if you missed this part of the show. So you were just a person who played a role. You didn't win.
Like shuffling through. Like I had a back then, like I had a roster. I had multiple niggas that I was like shuffling through. Like I had a breakfast nigga.
Okay, shuffling through a roster of men. The breakfast nigga.
Lunch, dinner.
I
mean, a lunch nigga and a
lunch, dinner
nigga.
Okay, we're all just was sharing her.
And a shopping nigga.
And
a yacht nigga.
All right, and then the Pookie is in there too.
And a trip nigga.
A trip nigga. Nobody really can say I got the better of the deal. But in the competitive nature of relationships and women, we think one person got a better deal. All right, I didn't have to spend any money, but you hung out with her for 5 hours. The guy that spent money hung out with her for an hour. You had to babysit her. You had to go to Target and do Target runs. You had to go to the weed dispensary and sit in the parking lot. You had to be passenger princess. Like you gave up a whole bunch to be with that woman. You didn't just get nothing. All right. So, I mean, you didn't just spend nothing. In this case, the Pookie has always heard CGA and many others say that women are going to be monetized. Okay. A lot of these dating coaches just simply said, well, that ain't P. That's tricking. I'm really the pimping. So they dismissed this idea of the monetized dating. They dismissed it for a long time. And I said, you're not going to dismiss this for very long. In fact, if you're a dating coach, you have to acknowledge it as a reality and tell men to work around it to avoid it, if you will, but to just criticize it as this is a negative thing. It doesn't work for you. You don't get her soul, blah, blah, blah. This is not going to work for you long term because eventually you cannot stop it. Once women realize that they can date monetized, you can't stop this. And I've been saying this for years. And I said, eventually these guys are going to come out and start complaining about it. Right? I said, they're going to start complaining about the fact that these women are going to go. Right? They're going to go. And people just denied it. And I play videos from here and there. But I got a couple of new videos here showing that there's a lot of stress from the Pookies. Where people always say the Pookie always wins. I've been saying, well, not necessarily. Eventually, the market share is going to erode for them. And let me do a little bit of business for you real quick. Money mindset. What is market share? What is market share? For people who don't know, when you're talking about business, market share is a percentage of the total industry sale and revenue, or what they have access to that a specific company controls over a period of time. So whatever period of time I have a business, whatever I control, that is my market share. Okay, I control this. I have access to this. I can basically call these people bad. I'm good. I'm going to win because I got whatever it is. So for the Pookie, they had an open market share. They had the nightclub. All right, before the internet and before dating apps, they had the nightclub. They had being outside. They had cold approach because women were limited, right? So they controlled the market share. As long as they were outside at the club and doing this at the house party, they controlled the market share of women. Once the internet came in, they no longer controlled the market share as much. So the women could go on the internet. The women could go on a dating app. The woman can go somewhere else where she can access men there. She just didn't have to go outside and wait to be cold approached. This is where we see men like Benzino and Jim Jones continue to be stunted because they want to control the streets. They want to call you lame for being on the internet. They want to call you lame for being a passport bro. They want to call you lame for being a trick or a sugar daddy. But what they're not acknowledging is their market share is dwindling. And they wanted to act like they can control the narrative by bringing everybody back outside. Everybody come back outside where the action is really happening. The streets only matter, not the internet. And I used to be like, nah, that's not true. Okay, that's not true. You can't just tell people they're lame with money and think that's going to work, because that used to work when you were on the porch. Well, when I was on the porch and you was in the street, that used to work. Oh, he a lame. Look at him on the porch. But it doesn't work when you can't control it. So your market share starts to dwindle it, right? It starts to dwindle. And when it starts to dwindle, you start to cope. Sometimes you don't readjust. You just cope. And I'm saying, no, you need to worry about what's going on over here. This new company is in here. The internet is out here. Inside is out here. The websites are out here. The dating apps are out here. Women are selling them. Monetized. OnlyFans. Instagram. Okay. You need to acknowledge it. Oh, no, those are just the lames. Let's see how far that worked. When you talk about market share, when you lose market share, it means that a company's portion of total sales within an industry is shrinking, meaning competitors are capturing a larger piece of the available consumer base. Even if a company's raw sales are growing, a drop in market share means they are growing slower than the overall market of their rivals. Okay. So you have new competition, you have pricing pressures, you have stale innovation, and you have poor customer experience, meaning that the women that you're dealing with can now measure that against the other men they're dealing with. Remember the 5 other guys? She can say, oh, there was only Pookie dick. I can only deal with Pookie dick. So that's all I knew. And then there's this square over here. But now they have a bunch of other men hovering around them. And now they can look at Pookie dick and go, So your share is dwindling. What do people do? Men, we're competitive. We just criticize the men's strategy. He's a simp. He's a trick. He's a lame. He's a square. He ain't a P. And what we do is try to criticize the men to get control of the market share. Meanwhile, during the time, the market share is doing what it's doing. And that's what I was telling you. Guys, these women are going, whether you like it or not. If men don't adjust, and I'll show this on the screen just so you can see it. Okay, losing market share. Okay, even if you're growing, even if you're doing well, but a drop in market shares means that you're growing slower. And then you're dwindling, your base is dwindling. So you have new competition. You have pricing pressures. The pricing pressures is going to fuck you up. So what a woman was going to do for free, she necessarily doesn't have to do for free anymore. Stale innovation. You don't change the company is failing to keep pace with changing customers' preferences, new technologies, and evolving trends. What guys will simply do is be like, oh, that's cope. You're imagining this. They'll continue to make you believe that to make you change your strategy back to their strategy. But this is just basic marketing and economics. This is how we work based on the economy, based on marketing. And this is how we work. You don't innovate. You basically stick with the good old. And then you're going to think it's work. And then when you don't acknowledge the new technologies, the new way people move, evolving trends, preferences, all right, the women go, Pookie dick ain't worth it. I could go get some dick from a sugar daddy and make the money at the same time. You don't acknowledge it. You don't evolve. And then it says poor customer experience. You just gonna give hard dick and bubblegum. Hard dick and bubblegum. No bologna sandwiches and cheap tacos. Today's women can do more than that. Once they experience that they can get more than that, it's going to be harder for you to come behind them and go hard dick and bubblegum. I ain't giving a bitch shit. It's going to be harder for you. And the more women that go, more market share of women that experience this, it's going to be difficult for you. Now watch this. Let's take you to some evidence of some dudes in distress. Because we have evidence of dudes in distress. They're realizing that this is fucked up. Something's happening here. They might not acknowledge it completely, but this is an example right here. So let's go to guy number one. Here he is right here. He says, to you peace leave purchasers, yeah, you. So he doesn't go in on the women, which a lot of guys will go in on women and say, well, basically you're a prostitute, right? Well, the women are not falling for that. So now men buying pussy. Here we go right here. Turn it up.
Ain't even getting no more bad bitches. Cause y'all keep buying the pussy, nigga. God damn, always buying all this motherfucking pussy. I'm talking about going out week, boy. I'm talking about your ass paying rent. You're paying a motherfucking phone bill, card note, all kind of shit. For that motherfucking free ass pussy, nigga. Hey man, quit buying pussy, bro. Quit buying all that pussy, man. That pussy for free, bro. Goddamn got us out here spending money and shit.
All right, you see what I'm talking about? Like, this is where you have to understand that Pookies are in distress. They're upset about this. They're acknowledging this happening.
Here's William.
And they're trying to say this pussy is free. This is free at pussy you paying for. You out here paying rent and so forth and so on. Now, like I said, I don't tell you to pay rent. I just tell you where you could go over here. But this is what I'm talking about, where dudes lose market share and the pressure starts affecting them. When people keep saying the Pookie wins, the Pookie ends up losing for a long time because he never adapts. He still says the pussy is out here, is free ass pussy, where he will get some here and there, one ski, two skis, here and there skis. He's going to have examples, but what's going to happen is the quality of their women is going to decline rapidly. And I showed you that yesterday. So the quality of their women, where they used to get scores and they thought it was a win, now they got to go to lower quality women and get a win. Because the market share is dwindling. And this is them acknowledging it. They never adapt. They just said, criticize, lame, it ain't game, you a simp, you a trick. And then guess what? They end up getting frustrated. Even though this guy would be considered what women would probably say, oh, I like him. He's attractive. He got braids, tattoos on his neck. It's still going to be harder for them.
They can't even get no more bad bitches.
He said, can't get no more bad bitches. Now, people are going to be like, coach, you're out here trying to cope that you're a trick. No. I'm telling you what's going to happen to the marketplace, whether you like it or not. And I'm showing you the evidence. So we got tank top, bandana, neck tattoo. Pookie always wins. He don't look like he winning to me. It looks like he's quite frustrated. You can't get no bad bitches no more. Well, perhaps get a passport. Passport Bros was one of these things that took away market share and left y'all niggas with all the hoes, and y'all still complaining about Passport Bros when y'all got access to all the hoes. But what did we figure out? The women out here traveling too. They getting service too. So you can, and they're also getting paid too. They're getting flown out too. So now you can't even get no more bad bitches. Because why?
Because y'all keep buying the pussy.
Because y'all keep buying the pussy. Okay, just like that. And if you don't want to boss up, just say you don't want to boss up. Let's look at the comments. First one, CGA. What happened to that crispy mouthpiece y'all was bragging about? See, what happened to all that crispy ass mouthpiece? Remember that mouthpiece you was bragging about? Well, I got the mouthpiece. What happened to that mouthpiece, sir? Seems like that mouthpiece ain't worth nothing no more. It was worth something 5 years ago. But I got a question. Where that crispy ass mouthpiece y'all was bragging about? What happened? I thought it worked. I thought you didn't need to be inside and you didn't need no phone. I thought y'all could just jump out there. I thought y'all could just jump out there and get all the hoes. Okay. Then it says right here, and this woman says, and it's going to keep being sold. Why would I go deal with you when I can deal with the man that's buying it? Woo. And this is when these incel Pookies start calling her a prostitute. That's the only way they can deal with it. As the brother Ramil and the other brother used to say, shame, blame, explain. Okay. Then the dude starts shame, blame, explain. This man says, once I found out these girls got guys just sending them money for nothing in return, I knew we were cooked. Uh-oh. A Pookie acknowledging they're cooked. Oh, say it ain't so. Coach, you coping. Say it ain't so. Once I found out these girls had guys just sending them money for nothing in return, I knew we were cooked. I thought I was just coping. This woman says you don't even have to give it up these days. Men just want you around. Okay. This says niggas just have to have a fire mouthpiece coming up. All right. They used to have ninjas just used to have a fire mouthpiece. Not no more. They're acknowledging. Look at all the Pookies in the comment section acknowledging it. Oh, you used to just have to have a fire mouthpiece. Not no more. That's going to work here and there, skis. 1C, 2 skis. This dude said, get in the game or sit in the bleachers. In fact, he said, it's time to boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
Get in the game or sit in the bleachers. Get your money up. Get your chicken bag up. Those days are gone. This one says, B came in on a perfect note. This one says they pay all of that just to have her move her ex in. LOL. See, that's the cope right there. See, well, she's just going to give it to her ex. Okay, go for it. Because she depends on his money. That money going to be gone. It ain't going to last long. This woman said they too deep. LOL. They going to keep buying it. Let's see here. This woman says, when in reality, we just won't give anything unless you're a good man. Standards exist, mijo. Okay, she's going with the good man. This woman says, if it's free, y'all should be scared. Another thing that I talked about. Y'all getting the free pussy. These are STI infected pussy. If you're getting it for free, you should be scared. And then let me see if I can get this one right here. This one says, get one with morals. This one, Pookie, they not playing fair. CGA told you this. This guy says shit is crashing the market, but I'm coping, right? Look, now we're not playing fair. But here's my question. Here's my question. Was it fair when they were running the mouthpiece and shutting down the club and parking lot pimping and coming in with mobs and tattooing their necks and wearing dreadlocks? Now it's not fair. Oh, they ain't playing fair. These trick ass millionaires. You see what happens? You see what happens? Now look at the Pookies now. They're acknowledging that the shift is palpable. It's crashing the market. This woman said, y'all don't listen to him. Keep buying it. Okay. It says, if it was free, you wouldn't complain. Get paper and stop complaining. That's a boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
This person says, and I think it's a woman, you need to start buying it. Shit, exactly. Go get your money up. Go get your money up and not your funny up. Wholeflation. This is where dudes in the red pill. It's wholeflation. Hey, bruh, it is the monetized dating marketplace. It's where we are, gentlemen. You can acknowledge it or not. But because there's internet, because things move fast offline, the same women that are outside, it's the same women that are on the internet. The same women outside. See, there used to be a time where being on the internet was weird. Being on a dating app on the internet was weird. Oh, you weird. Even explaining that you met a person on the internet was weird. You were considered as a weirdo. Today it's not so weird. The same women outside are the same women on the internet. So you can't just say, I'm gonna just deal with the women outside, because that same woman got her nose in that phone when you walk up to her. That same woman got 2 or 3 guys on the internet. That same woman has a WhatsApp, a Telegram, and a Instagram DM of how to find these trick ass niggas. These same women on sugar daddy apps trying to meet rich men in hotel bars and restaurants. That's the same woman you're cold approaching. people tried to separate those two. And I said, no, those are the same women. Okay. The same woman on a dating app is on a sugar dating app. The same woman on a dating app is a stripper who turned tricks in the strip club. Same woman. That's why I call it the spectrum. This is a spectrum. Women aren't one-dimensional anymore. If a woman is not one of these women, guess what? She's shit out of luck finding a guy. So if she's not one of these women and she wants to meet a rich guy, she's shit out of motherfucking luck. She don't realize what the other women are doing, or she realizes that she's just saying, well, I ain't going to do it. I have morals. Well, good luck. You shit out of luck. Stay at home if you want to. This is why I'm telling you guys, it's changed. And these men are feeling the pressure. We got another guy out here. And sorry, these guys are using the same music and I'm going to get a copyright for it. So if you see the stream disappear, I had nothing to do about it. I'll try to take out the music. So he says, when was it ever cool to buy pussy?
I've never met so much lame niggas in my life. When the fuck was it ever cool to buy bitches, gang? When the fuck was it ever cool to buy pussy? Especially these famous ass niggas be buying pussy and buying bitches, gang. Like, what the fuck? You supposed to be fucking these hoes for free. Why the fuck is you paying for bitches? Why the fuck are you tricking on bitches, gang? Oh my, yo, there's so much lame niggas in this world now, bro. This shit is so sad.
Okay, so 4 or 5 years ago, these guys could have got away with this. This is what I'm telling you about the monetized dating marketplace. 4 or 5 years ago, you could have got away with calling them a lame. Today, you cannot do it. It's curtains. Why? Because more of the market share of women have moved over to the spectrum. More and more women. If you follow me on Locals, we tell you that the apps that they use, Instagram, Pinterest, Snapchat, promote monetized dating. And now they crashing out. When did it become cool? Nobody cares about becoming cool anymore because the definition of cool Iran is held by you niggas, these Pookie niggas. When did it become cool? We don't care about becoming cool no more, nigga. We don't need your validation in the streets to become cool, nigga. We can become cool outside of you niggas now. You don't define cool. See, 20 years ago, they defined cool. They would get to cut the definition of cool and what was the code of the streets and the club. They got to bully everybody into it. But now they can't bully it. So now they're like, when did it become cool? Nigga, well, when you lost the market share. When bum niggas outside is no longer being cool. Yeah, it's time to grow up, sir. It's time to grow up. You, what did they call it? Senior citizens. You too old to be cool out here, Benzino, Jim Jones. You not cool no more, fam. See, that's when it became cool, when we realized y'all niggas were the lames. When y'all niggas were the lames, that's when it became cool. Oh, these niggas are the lame niggas. These niggas busting down bust downs and busted babies. They're not busting down the good girls. The good looking girls ain't getting bust down that often. You see, that's what's happening to the marketplace. So they're now jumping on the internet and figuring out they done lost market share. It's supposed to be for free. That's what he said. It's supposed to be for free. The other guy. Pussy for free, ass niggas. Well, apparently, I can step in front of the line if I pay. And a good percentage of the market share, 40% of women will let me step into the front of the line. Oh, yes. 40% of the women will, by the way, 40% of women have admitted to dating hypergamously. Let me pull this up. Or they agree with it. Let's pull this up. This is all shit that I break down on Locals, just so you guys know. But the article says here, and I'm just going to use the AI to show it, but believe me, I have more evidence of this. It says 47% of respondents have a positive perception of hypergamy, which is the practice of dating or marrying someone of a higher socioeconomic or financial status. 47%. If you took hypergamy, explain it to women, there's a 50-50 chance that she would say, what's wrong with that? That's just on the survey. In my belief, it's 80%. How many women are at the JUCO? 80. Because when you start breaking down how they're dating, no matter how they dated before or date in between, they will always try to focus on trying to date this way. Onesie, two skis, here and there skis. Maybe in the future, when she goes to her soft era, she gonna do it that way. Okay, it's 80. Let me go ahead and look at the comment section of the last Pookie. The last Pookie. And y'all can keep denying it for all you want. I'm showing you a thorough piece of evidence. And when you just take Gen Z, if you just took Gen Z women, it's 80% of Gen Z women date like this or want to date like this in this economy. If you just took Gen Z women, it will be somewhere around 80% of Gen Z women for sure. Here's the first comment. Tricking is a rich man sport, not for everybody, my boy. That's exact. Get your chicken bag up. That broke shit really don't work that way no more, because even the bum bitches in your community still gonna go. And when it comes to where you're gonna be in line, at first you were in the front of the line. Now what the Pookie says to cope is that, okay, I'm not in the front of the line, but I spend your money. She spends your money on me. So they're admitting that they're in the back of the line. Am I right? Or am I right? So now they're not admitting they're in the front of the line. They're admitting, well, at least I'm getting to spend your money. She spends your money on me. So now they're admitting the sloppy seconds. All right, follow me here. You see how they say what I'm doing is coping, but it sounds like they're the one coping with the realities. It says you're paying either way. We've heard that argument from me, so I'll skip that. This guy says it's been going on, gang. You just weren't on that side of the fence. When you have loads of money just laying around, makes no sense to waste valuable time courting a freak. Why court a freak? It says the money makes them lose their self-respect. Sounds like a good life to me. Now a brokey tricking off is a different story. This is the trick-ass millionaire. Why did trick-ass millionaire spend $2,000 on a woman? A trick-ass millionaire don't care about $2,000. To you, that's a lot of money. To him, it's just the fast pass. Now, I'm not saying you should spend that amount of money. What I'm saying is you're competing now because of the internet market share. You're competing with all the men. A woman in the hood that only has access to Pookies can still go on the internet and your market share shrinks. So now when she considers the men that she's going to deal with, she might deal with you today. Tomorrow, she might be somewhere in a high-rise Manhattan apartment because that's market share. Okay, she doesn't have to just depend on you. She can go out on the internet. It says someone gotta pay, some don't. It doesn't make no difference to me how other people's gotta do it. Well, that's him. Most people, it does affect them. Trick ass millionaire, right? This guy says I blame Drake because we know Drake does trick, but I don't think he tricks in the vernacular that broke guys are talking about it. This one says when you get money, it's a whole different ball game. Gotta sit this one out, try to compete. You gonna go broke. Shout out to you. This one says money is spent on convenience, not rules of the game, my boy. Money is important to young people. Time is important to older people. Paying for quick and easy access. As you can see, the market, what Pookies used to do is play the cool guy. Cool guy sets the rules. But as you can see, the lame guys on the internet don't have to go by the street code. You see? And these guys are admitting it. Hey, guy, look, it's all nice and shit with your do-rag and your hoodie on. That sounds all cool with your sunglasses on indoors and shit. That's all cool, homie. But at the end of the day, money, energy, attention, and time. Fast pass. He says, let me know when the ones giving, he says, let me know where the ones giving it up for free. They're dwindling. You're losing marketplace. It's there, but even the guys, the ones giving it up for free. Let's say the women, even the women giving it up for free, as I said, and people don't realize, they're choosing who to give it up for free. It's no longer happenstance. Like back in the day, a woman had to depend on you approaching them and then giving it up. Okay, I choose you. You chose me, I chose you. Today, a woman can have literally a dude full of niggas that she knows, okay, those guys get this. And I'm a pick these guys to get that. Then she goes back outside and then you show up with whatever strategy you're doing. She can just consider, All right, I already got 3 dick niggas, already got 3 sneaky links, already got 3 sugar daddies, already got 3. I don't need another one. They're the ones choosing. So this is why you're seeing this particular pieces of content from men today. They're losing market share, as I predicted. As I predicted. The old adage of Pookie always wins, not necessarily. And if that was the case, why is it that you hear younger men are dating older women? I just say they're fucking older women. Why is that the case? If Pookie always wins, why is Pookie letting off on older women? The reality is his market share has dwindled so badly that he only can target older women for free older pussy. He can't do it to the younger women because too many younger women know what's up. Too many other younger women are on the spectrum. Too many other younger women got already dick niggas. Too many younger women already got a sugar daddy or they're already on the marketplace, monetized. So now younger men have to go after older women for the free access. Yeah. Okay. He has to. So the older Pookie has to go after older women. They got to. The young woman market share is too small for him to just focus on that. He cold approaches a younger woman and he's in Miami, New York, LA, San Francisco, San Diego. He ain't getting nowhere. Houston, Dallas, Chicago. He ain't getting nowhere with that younger woman. He ain't getting nowhere with that younger woman. That shit is not going nowhere. He got to go fuck older women to get his nuts off. He got to go to the practice. He got to go to practice. And truth be told, that's what these guys have been doing the entire time. Truth be told, they've been doing this the entire time. If you really knew what these Pookie niggas were doing, they've been fucking slump busters and booger wolves the entire time. They just had a point where they wouldn't have to show you unless that woman showed up on the other side of the fence, like in Boomerang, unless that woman showed up at your job, unless that woman showed up on your block. All he could say is, man, I'm fucking all these hoes. But today you have technology. Show me the hoes you fucking. Show me the women you having sex with. Show me the girls you're running through. Show me the girls you're getting for free. This minute you ask them that, they start clamming up. They will not show you. There's a 99% chance they will not show you because technology has shut them up. Oh, you for sure got a picture of this woman. You for sure got her Instagram tag. Oh, you for sure got a picture of her that she sent you with her pussy wide open, because all of us do. Every woman we have sex with sends you a picture with her pussy wide open, playing with her pussy. Oh, surely you got a picture. Let me see. And guess what? They don't want to show you. They just keep want to sell wolf tickets. They want to sell wolf tickets. And then when you start to see who they banging, you're going to realize a lot of these men been bragging a long time about banging older women, slop-a-lop, single mothers, booger wolves, cockeyed and knock-knee women. What do you think about this situation here? We're going to wait for the bum niggas to be in the comment section. All right. Look, dudes will be out here. I'm getting it for guys. Send me a DM. Show me one picture. You got one. Today, there's no woman you're banging that you don't have a picture of. Not in 2026, there's no woman you're banging that did not send you a picture, that you don't have an Instagram. It would be very easy to show me who you banging on. But because these men know that they're going to have receipts, this is another part of their market share that dwindles. They no longer can say they're getting pussy for free because now they got to prove it. And now they are now trying to find ways to find other hot, attractive women to bang, and they can't do it. They can't do it. They can't do it. So now they're getting called out and their files pulled. That's why they're frustrated. Anyway, let's get into these super chats. What an interesting world we live in. At the end of the day, I'm right. All right. At the end of the day, it's going this way, whether you like it or not. And it ain't going to change. By the way, me calling you names and you calling these women names and these women calling you names is not going to change it. We are headed this way. And if you ever want to see, I don't show kiss and tell, but you know, I put my shit on the internet, on my Instagram, and motherfuckers lost their mind. One of the reasons they lost their mind is that they heard me say my strategy. Then they assumed that the women that I were dealing with was some toothless, scab-peeling skeezers. Then they thought he can't be dating no young hotties. He got to be dating some young slump busters. Then when I put my videos out on my new 50 Shades of Greg character, my new 50 Shades of Greg character, guess what they saw? They saw young, attractive women from around the world. Not ugly bitches. Not to say I don't be with fat bitches. I'm just saying the women that I showed that I was in video with were young, nice looking, from around the world, United States, foreign. And guess what they did? They were like, oh shit. Okay, now you got to deal with the reality. Oh, well, you just a trick at the end of the day. That ain't gonna stop me. That's not gonna stop them. But what they wanted me to see, they wanted to see me with some old cockeyed knock-knees, some young bitches, some young scab-peeling skeezers, bitches with, you know, the baby hair and red and yellow wigs, bitches that look like they need to be on Figueroa. That's what they wanted to see. Instead, they saw regular, good college girl looking women. And they was like, oh shit. And they went, yep, they wanted to see me with mud sharks and low quality women. That's not what they saw. And they're like, whoa, wait a minute. How do we deal with this information? Cope. You tricking on them, you paying them, you renting them. Well, I think that's what I said I was doing. I never hid the fact that. All right. Now, not all of them were rented, but I never hid the fact from that. So what are you going to come back with? Tough conversation. Now, guys that say they don't trick and you end up catching them tricking, then that's valid. That's valid. Okay, these guys say they get girls and get their soul and they get them for a burning desire. And then you find out they tricking on them. And then, so that works. That don't work on me. All right. You already know. I've been telling you for the last 3.5 years on Locals how we do the game over here. All right. So anyway, let's see here. All right. I got some messages coming in. Oh, I see. All right. Okay. I got a cancellation coming in. Oh, okay. Okay. Damn. All right. My whole day is all canceled today. All right. Okay. Here. All right. Everybody's canceled on me. All right. Not my JUCOs. All right. It's just the other people that I have doing some work and appointments. All right. So anyway. All right. So anyway. That's good. All right. Because I need some time off. I got some work to catch up on. Now, if my Ling reschedules for my manicure and my pedicure, then I'm going to be irate. I'm going to be like, holy mackerel. All right, so I got that coming up, but that's good. That frees up a couple of hours. I need some couple of hours. Shout out to Gary says, like I said before, a lot of men, especially black men, believe they're in high school still. He says they are not getting girls for just game talk and nice clothes. Ironically, hood niggies like BMF created the Make It Rain strip club culture in 1999 and it set a standard beyond the pole. All right. Celebrities all trick. Even the BMF guys, I'm not going to talk specifically about them, but the gang guys trick too. And sometimes they put their girls out there for other men to buy or rent. But the Make It Rain culture, well, what do you call that? And these were gang members, if you will. The whole Atlanta culture with, what did they call it? Magic, not Mr. Magic, Magic City. If you knew what Magic City was created by and became famous by, and there's a great documentary on Magic City, if you guys look it up, it was the celebrities. It was the NBA players. They're the ones that gave credibility to tricking on the women. It was the NBA players. All right. And they credited the members of the Atlanta Hawks, all right, Dominique Wilkins and them, but I don't want to put their name in bad light. But what do you think those guys were going to the club and doing? Just having drinks and gumbo and chicken wings? What do you think they were doing? They were tricking. They were doing what you say they would supposedly get for free. Then when you go down and do, I'm telling you, the first time I heard a woman tell me, I was green as a motherfucker, bro. And I tell this story all the time of, as young men, you're green because you hear from men how to date women. Then you hear from women that they want romance and love. And you don't realize that they somehow on the spectrum as well. So I tell you the story all the time. I was with a girl I went to high school with, and I went to community college with after she transferred from a 4-year university. I think she went to Arizona State for a semester and got ran through and came back. I'm still friends with her per se, but came back and she ended up going to my community college the next year, which people knew me, but then she wanted, because she was going to the community college and didn't know anyone, and we went to high school together, her first week, she just clung on to me. And she was a good looking Latino woman, very short, petite little thing, big eyes. She had these big eyes. All right. Very attractive woman. She knew how to take care of herself. She had this, back in the day, this big curly hair. All right. And the first week of school, she's like, take me everywhere. I'm scared. I don't know anybody, this and that. So, you know, we hooked up a little bit in high school and a little bit in college and this and that. But we weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend. We kind of saw each other as kind of friends back then. So I'm walking around with her and everybody like, damn, they going like, damn, like she's a baddie. She was a baddie. And so my marketplace went up. All right. And then she ended up, everybody's on her, like going crazy. And I was like, damn, you know, because when I knew her, we were just like sophomore and junior. I didn't really look at her as a baddie because I knew her for so long. But when we hit the campus, she was a fucking baddie. Now, she ended up getting in the scene because like everybody in Southern California, the women get into the scene very relatively quickly. They start getting in the VIP entrances. They start getting tricked on by athletes and celebrities. Young women move up relatively fast, especially when they're outside. So as she's moving up, I'm just a Honda Civic driving ass nigga. I'm just a regular dude, right? And since we were cool, she would invite me out. She's like, hey, I'm going out. Come out. And I wouldn't go out all the time. But when I went out, she was at the section. She had friends that were baddies, bad bitches. Like I would go there and she would introduce me to all these bad bitches and shit. I'm like, damn, you know, I'm a regular low self-esteem ass nigga. Like if I go to the club by myself, I'm in the corner holding a drink. I'm in the club with her and I'm immediately shot up because now she introduced me to all these women buying me drinks. I no longer have to buy them a drink and holler at them. I'm just sitting around bad bitches and shit. And the bitches looking around, looking like, who this nigga, right? So, and the niggas looking at me like, who this nigga? Like, so it was like crazy. The elevation of her marketplace value from really when I knew her at 15 and 16 to see where she ended up at like 23 or 24. It was just like amazing how fast she could just skyrocket in marketplace value. Whereas me, I'm building this shit brick by brick. I can't even valet park my piece of shit Honda Civic because she like just valet park it in the front. And I'm scared to valet park because motherfuckers pulling up in Bentleys and Chrysler 300s and shit like this. I'm like, I feel like I'm like this. So, but she get me to do, she bring her friend to the house one day and she was like, yeah, you can have me and her at the same time. 2 baddies. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, whoa, like, how does this happen, right? I'm just little old me. Okay. And she brings another baddie over and was like, yeah, take us both now. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just a little 22-year-old wet behind the ear ass nigga. So anyway, enough about that. She tells me she's going to the All-Star game. I tell this story all the time. I'm wet behind the ears. I don't know shit from shit. I don't know about the high level marketplace. I don't know about sugar babies. I don't know about bitches waiting in the hotel lobbies for niggas in the league. I don't know about none of this shit, right? I know about it, but I've never seen it. I never had nobody explain it. So one day she was like, hey, can you take me to the airport? We lived in around the same area like all our lives. Well, not all our lives, most of our teenage life and a young adult. So we lived near each other. Even when we moved, we end up living near each other. So she's like, yeah, can you take me to the airport? This back in the day where you have to drop a bitch off on LAX and pick her up and drive around a whole bunch of times. She said, I was like, yeah. I was like, where are you going? I think I went over to her house and we was kicking it. And she was packing her bag. I was like, yeah, where are you going? She was like, I'm going to Washington, D.C. For what? Are you going to D.C.? I'm going to the All-Star game. I was like, for what, bitch? Do you watch basketball? Let me see. That had to be like 95, 96. Let me see. When was the All-Star game in DC? Let me see here. What was that, like 94, 95, 96? I want to say it was, let's see what we got here. The NBA All-Star game, I should say. NBA All-Star game. Oh, it says 2001. Was there one before that? There had to be one before that. Okay, it says 2001. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. No, that's about right. 2001, because I lived in the Valley at the time. So yeah, that's about right. 2001. I said 96, but we were in college at the time. So yeah, 2001. That's 2001. And I'm like, the All-Star game? Bitch, do you watch basketball? Like, you don't even watch basketball. I'm so dumb. I'm so green. So that was, yeah, I lived in the Valley at the time. So that lines right up to my story. You don't like basketball? Why the fuck are you going to the All-Star game? You gonna get a ticket? You're flying all the way from, this is Southern California. I lived in San Fernando Valley. We lived in Northridge. Why are you going from Northridge, California to go to Washington, D.C. for a basketball game? I don't remember what she told me, but I still left with the idea that it didn't make sense. Because she probably could not tell me why for real. Right. But I was like, this don't make no sense. And I don't think it connected to me for years that she was on the dark side. Like that's how green young men are. That's how green we are when you're young, because you don't have information, especially then. All we had was AIM, Instant Messenger, and we didn't have much but fucking Napster. Like, we didn't have much information being transmuted to men in terms of putting men on the game. But I was like, I don't understand why you would go to an All-Star game. Now, today, you actually know and see videos of women renting U-Haul trucks to go to Atlanta All-Star game and get tossed and rented out and shit like this, right? So now it makes sense with the information that we have and what we have exposure to social media. Now we know women go in to sit in the hotel lobbies and they go groupie and they go sell box and they go do all these variety of things, be in the club and get flown out. Now we know. So when we say it's nothing new, it is nothing new, except that more women do it openly than in the past. That's what's new about it. Before, it was just a secret for people who knew. And the women who are exposed to it, they knew about it. And the women who knew about it, who knew other women doing about it, they kept it hush hush. They didn't say anything. Today is done right in our face openly. So now we can just point it out, but people have to realize, and now more women are looking to explore it. Oh, let me see what's over there. So that's one of those situations that I'm like, because now I'm on that side of the world. Now I fly women in and out. Now I can see why a woman would come. Oh, okay, the Vegas Knights are playing in the finals. All right, now she coming in town. Oh, EDC is in town. Oh, Belle Biv DeVoe is in town. All right, now I know women go and flock to go in town. And when they're in town, guess what they're doing in town to make the difference between their hotel room and their travel expenses and their drinks and their dinners? They line up series of men. Now we know this. Now I know it. They don't just come in town for nothing. They don't just come in town to watch a game like I would go. That's what they're doing. And now we can see it. So that's what makes it new. Anyway. All right. We see this with the World Cup. We see this with Formula One. We see this with the New York Knicks. All right. We see that women flock to these things to get access to higher tier men, at least for a weekend, a night, a day. We see that this is happening. So it's hard for us to deny it, even though dudes will deny it. All you need is good mouthpiece and some good clothes and some nice white sneakers. Not anymore. Coachella, a lot of these women were saying how they got Coachella tickets paid for, which before we would just assume that's the case. Now these women openly admit, yep, I had a couple of sugar daddies that I fucked and now they pay for my Coachella. They're not denying it anymore. And that's what rubs men the wrong way. That's why they continue to cope. And I'm like, they're telling you. And then and when they tell you, you still want to call them a prostitute. Like, okay, they're like, I don't think that's going to stop them. You got to deal with the realities of the marketplace. That's why I call it the monetized dating marketplace. This is just how women are moving openly. It goes from covert to overt. Yep, Chris Brown tickets. They're not denying it anymore. They're literally coming out and saying, hey, it is what it is. Shout out to our brother Tully Blanchard says, Coach, I was at an event last night and there was a young lady in town from college and they asked, you asked her how her job was going. She said, what job? I am getting a sugar daddy. He says, I was the only one not shocked. She was speaking in Gen Z. I got money. Woo wee.
I got money.
Cold world. She was like, what job? Right? I've known women a lot of jobs in between jobs. What do? Sugar daddy. Shout out to David Tully Blanchard for the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, just like these Pookies, they're gonna have to realize that this is what it is. And I would say this is what I would call a dating coach and a Pookie. I told dating coaches, instead of denying it, instead of fighting it, what did I tell them to do? You need to develop a strategy. And if you do this, you will make a lot of money as a dating coach. Some guys tried to do this and they fucked it up. Develop a strategy where a guy can work around that. He would have to acknowledge that that's her existence instead of criticizing her and sounding like a red pill rager. But to deny that a woman's doing it and try to find the women that aren't doing it, that's going to be harder. A couple of guys tried to go onto the apps and tried to get these women for free. Okay, I'm going to go finesse the girls that are finessing them in. And I'm like, you're wasting your time. That might work here and there for sure. That doesn't mean anything. She might drop a piece of pussy over or off on you once, maybe, but getting her again is going to be very difficult because she knows that she didn't gave that one up and she's not going to give her time away for free the next time. Okay, so yeah, you're going to get her once. That's about it. Get her to come over again for nothing. I guarantee you it's going to be difficult unless you put it in her stomach or her throat. All right, so you're going to have to a good smart dating coach today would have to acknowledge. But I see dating coaches still shooting it down. Oh, man, don't do that because morals. Oh, no, man, don't do that because, and don't deal with those type of women. I'm like, that ain't going to work, bro. You're just not, you're delaying the inevitable. You're going to get eaten up. Okay, I'm just trying to let you know the best dating coach is going to have to acknowledge its existence and work around it. Like, if you're in Miami, because guys are like, how are these women in Miami surviving? I'm like, you guys are idiots, bro. It's easy. It's easy. But they're making content for red pill ragers. Although, how these Miami guys are surviving? They're selling pussy. Like, they got OnlyFans. Like, it's so. Here's my question. The guy in Miami said these trick ass millionaires ruining the game. That's the wrong approach. What you should be doing is figuring out how to navigate around dealing with a woman with an OnlyFans. Because if you're in Miami and you dealing with a hot piece of ass, she got an OnlyFans. And if you want to deal with them, you're going to have to deal with them with the OnlyFans. Same thing in Vegas. You dealing with a woman in Vegas, is she a top tier baddie? She either performing in a Cirque du Soleil, which is likely. She's either an entertainer. She goes up and down a fucking rope and she fucking puts fire down her throat. She's a stripper. She got an OnlyFans, or she visiting in town as an escort. Once you drop those women off the fucking marketplace, then you dealing with slump busters and desert rats and booger wolves and cockeyes and knock knees and visitors from Kentucky and shit. In Canada, if you just say, I'm not going to deal with those women, you dealing with some shitty ass women after that. The drop off is crazy. Okay. So you're going to have to realize that woman that you're dealing with, if you want to deal with them baddies right here, look, these bitches are going to have more cachet than you. They're going to be able to get to the club entry. They're going to know how to move around the day clubs. They're going to have more cachet than you if she a baddie and you're a young guy. So my thing is you're going to have to learn how to deal with those women. You can't have what I call, the women will call it being sassy, or you're intimidated by the woman. or I'm intimidated by this woman. The man's not going to admit he's intimidated by her. But guys will deal with these women and be like, oh, you've been in a Corvette before. Oh, you've been in a Porsche before. Oh, you've been in a hotel suite before. Oh, you've been to fucking Paris before. Yeah, you're going to have to swallow that, bro. You're going to have to deal with that if you want to deal with top-notch, high-quality pussy. In Las Vegas, in Miami, in LA, San Diego, New York, you're going to have to deal with a woman that's been around, that got access, that been in hope. You're going to have to deal with that. You're not dealing with good-looking women without that. Or just find regular slump busters, cockeyed, and booger wolves and knock-knee, and don't be surprised when 25% of women on that side have been on the dark side. Don't be surprised. There's girls that I deal with in Las Vegas. They got way more cachet than me. They could just point me to this person and talk to that person and get me in a motherfucking club for free. No waiting in line and none of that shit. And I just be like, it is what it is. And she'd be 26, 25 years old. And she know how to move and shake. She'd be like, don't park on that side. Go on that side. Park over here. We go over here. We don't have to walk through the hotel room. There's a door. There's a guy I text. He going to be at the door, opening the door. And we going to be in the front. No line, no payment. And I'd be like, it is what it is, nigga. I don't be out here like, oh, man, she wrong. I'm like, whatever. She going to get me to the front. But guys want to be the guy to do that. In today's world, these women have gotten way past you. They got cachet, nigga. They got a lot of these girls are atmosphere girls, meaning they get paid to be in these clubs. I had to put dues to that on in Las Vegas. These are atmosphere girls. You think, oh man, I went to this club and there's a bunch of bad bitches in there. Okay, but you don't realize that those girls are paid to be in there, or they get in early for free in there and get served drinks. And then when you come in there with your fucking bottles in your section, or then when you come in there looking like a fresh billy goat and looking green as a green bean, and the bitches you start popping a bottle and start buying drinks, and these bitches start showing up in your section, you thinking you got, something must be something about me. Nah, them bitches got in there early entry at 9 o'clock, sipping drinks, halfway drunk. They then gave them 2 drinks and a couple of $50 to sit up there and wait for you dumbass niggas to come in there and run game. Then when you go up in there popping bottles and shit and buying drinks, here they come, just rubbing your arm and shit. Rubbing your arm and stroking your ego. And them bitches have been paid to be in there, and they've been trained to look for goofy ass niggas like you. It is what it is. That's the game. And if guys aren't teaching you this game, they're either clueless and don't know, or they're ignorant and dumb, thinking that they're trying to sell you to run up on these women in Las Vegas and run up in these bitches in New York and Miami, thinking that this mouthpiece shit is going to work for you. It's not, unless you are just well known in that area. You got to be the type of guy that has either granted access to these women for this, meaning you're a club promoter, a club manager, because when you walk in the club and the bitches start hugging that nigga, that's the guy gonna get these women to come home for free. You a nobody nigga. You ain't gonna get nothing. Bitches ain't hugging you at the door. They not running up to you to say hi, daddy. You're not trying to walk up and approach a woman. That dude just walking around right here. As soon as he walking to go take a piss. The bitches be like, hey, hi. You ain't that guy. You ain't getting shit out here as long as he in the room. But guys are so clueless. Then they want to act like I'm bringing it up like, oh, well, you don't know what you talking about. I'm like, man, y'all really don't know. You're clueless. Anyway, you can join me over on Locals to talk about this. All right. And I've dated some of these women, and I've also been around at the JUCO with one of these women. Okay. Atmosphere girls, cocktail waitresses at strip clubs, strip girls. I've done OnlyFans bitches. I'm in with all these girls. And once you get it out your system, once you go to the club, then it doesn't mean anything, because you going in, as we say, on the dark side. Now you can see through the dark. Now you go in and be like, oh shit. Now I can go to the casino and be like, That bitch sell pussy. She a carpet walker. She an entertainer. She got a pimp. That's her pimp over there. I don't go in green like, man, I'm about to be up in here collecting numbers. I just go in there and be like, those are the atmosphere girls. Those girls were paid to be here. That girl has a pimp. Right? I walk to the casino, be like, they go to copper walking bitches right there with her little handbag. 2 girls walking together. 2 girls at the fucking slot machine sitting there. 1 girl at the slot machine sitting there looking at me, flirting, winking her eye. She sell pussy. Right? I could get, now I see. All right. And I had to go into that side of the world to now come out of it and see and go, oh, it ain't what I thought. It's not just a free open marketplace of attractive women that I could just walk up to and get access. Now, when you go overseas, it's worse because you'll go to a nightclub, you'll go to a bar, and what'll happen overseas? Well, the women can walk, unlike in America, the women in these bars and nightclubs can walk up to you and they can ask you to buy them a drink or buy them a dinner or a meal or something like that. They walk up to you right in the club and you'll be like, are these escorts or these prostitutes? And you'll be like, they can't be, because what restaurant would want women to work in the club as a, like what nightclub or bar or restaurant would allow that? But in international game, that's allowed. In the United States, it's not allowed. The clubs don't hire the girls to walk up to you and beg for drinks and dinners. But internationally, the nightclub works with these girls. The nightclubs hire these girls to work and sell pussy in there, and they take a cut. The owner, the pimp, exactly. The owner is the pimp. So the owner, part of his establishment of running the business in the bar is to hire hookers that he lets in the bars and takes a cut from. So now this is a whole level of game. Like, whoa. That's how it works internationally. And dudes go over there like, I'm going to just run game in Medellin. I'm going to just run game in Hong Kong. I'm going to just run game. And you greener than the fucking green bean. You greener than the green bean. You greener than the green bean. You don't know what the fuck you about to hit. All right, anyway, so that's part of being on the dark side, is acknowledging it, not denying it. You got to acknowledge that's part of what it is. Oh, in the Philippines, what'll happen? In the Philippines, you go to a bar in a hotel resort. Let's say there's a rooftop bar. You go in the bar. There's a bitch sitting at the bar, and it could be an older woman, 29, 30, 36, 40. She's just sitting at the bar, ha-haing and kikiing, ordering nachos, ordering a drink here and there, nursing the fuck out of it. She start talking to you. Yeah. And she'd be like, I work in corporate. I do this. I'm a human resource director. I work in marketing. And she's just sitting there with her computer. You don't think she sell pussy, but she does. She looks like somebody's auntie or mother. She got a regular job. She's dressed like a regular job. She's dressed like she came from a regular job and she just at the bar just drinking. Talk to her long enough. She'll even say, let's go to the room. You got a room here? And you be like, oh, I got a freebie. As soon as you get to the room, she's going to say $85. Okay. Because in that world, that's normal. They got a regular job and then they go to the bar and sell pussy before they go home. You're going to be like, oh man, I just got this girl, she didn't ask for nothing. She just get in my room and she's going to hit you with I do have to let you know that I'm a working girl. You be like, you? And it's going to be a 42-year-old woman. You're going to be like, you? That's what she does. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. So that when you go back to that bar the next day, you're going to be able to point it out and be like, damn, her. Wow. Just like that. He says, once you know it, they're going to stick out like a sore thumb. And then once she start talking to you, you ain't going to want to talk to her. Never mind, bitch, because she's going to start casual conversation with you. But she'll let you beat the guts up for $85 for sure. $85, she'll let you hit them guts. So for dudes that say they go international and don't pay, I'll be like, man, show me the woman. Okay, again, show me said woman. Somebody said my girl's employer is like her big brother. Shout out to you. Show me. Please show me. You're going to be out there with the bitch that be selling beetles and crickets and with the scorpion and the sucker. That's the bitch you're going to be boning. 100%. Show me the woman. All right, they're going to be with the bitch that sell crickets. All right, over there. All right, the bitch that sells street corn. Anyway. Mr. Travolta says, fire show as usual. He says, I'm sure the one ball having Avenger saw your viral post on JUCOs Worldwide. That probably is why he took his ball sack with one ball in it to Thailand. You converted the Mitches one Mitch at a time. Shout out to you and shout out to him. You called another one ball guy. But he getting that ball leaked out over there, brother. All right, he getting that ball leaked out. He getting that ball leaked. Pause. Because when you go over there, everybody can hit. If you got American money, you hitting every goddamn thing. There ain't no way you ain't hitting shit. When you get out there, bro, you gonna smash everything. With American dollars, you getting, dude, when I go to Lingland, you can literally have morning, afternoon, evening, sleepover, smash her, have an afternoon woman and a woman in the evening. By 3 or 4 days, you what do they call it? You took her out. You like your first 4 days. And you might have spent $350 the whole time. Then you gonna be like, let me hit the massage parlor. Then you gonna jump on the table. The bitch gonna massage your back, turn you over, and then start sucking your nipples. All right, you be like, bitch, what you doing? She like, I like. You be like, all right, bitch, how much? $50. Okay, come on. You on the table. You was trying to take a break and shit, and she hit you off and shit. I was just trying to get my feet rubbed. They'd be like, you going back? You going back? I take care of you. Nah, I don't want to go in back. Just massage my back. She flipped you over. She started licking your nipples. Like, what the fuck? All right. How do I know that happened? How do I know that happens? Let's just say a birdie told me. But man, I'm telling you, your first 4 days, you gonna go ham. Brothers, you ain't gonna, cause look, he said that shit. Hey man, you cannot defeat it, bro. And any dude going over there to run game, you're a pure idiot, nigga. You do not need to run no game. You're an idiot. What are you trying to prove? I think you're so dumb to run game in fucking Bangkok. You're a fucking idiot, bro. Unless you just looking for a girlfriend. Then, but if you looking to bang some pussy, you wasting time running around in the mall, wasting some dumbass time. Man, just go ahead and break bread and keep it going. What the fuck? Nigga, they whole culture is built on that for the last 150 years, if not 2,000. Don't even waste your time to prove anything. Bangkok, nigga, that's what they do, nigga. They lined up on the street corner. They lined up on the street. But you gonna just walk past all of that. Never mind. You gonna walk past all of that and be like, nah, I want to get it. I want to get it out here in the natural, in the wild. I think you're so dumb to even try to prove that shit. Like, what are you talking about? Shout out to Initial DL. He said that happened to me in South Korea. That happened to me. That happened to me in Vietnam. I was like, let me just go get a feet rub real quick. The guy laid on the table. She worked on my back for 20 minutes. I was like, finally, I could get some rest. These fucking lings wearing me out. I flipped over. And then all of a sudden, I had my eyes closed and she was all on my nipple and shit. Licking it, looking at me, giving me a purple nurple. All right, she looked at me in the eye. And I was like, no, go get that bitch up out in the front. All right, I don't want you, Mama San. I was like, yeah, where the other girl at? The fuck? I was taking a day off. Oh, my Lord. Oh man. And then the funny thing was, you know, I went and go ahead and helped her out. You know, I was like, you look like you need a little bit of help. Took her out. All right. Then I walking by because my tailor's out there in Vietnam. I have a little bit of time. My appointments got canceled. So I'm out in Vietnam. My tailor is like right on the same street. So I'm walking to my tailor. She's sitting outside. Same woman. And she sees me walking up. She jumps up out of her chair. And then she stands in front of me. She like this tall, right? She like 4'10", right? She jumps up. She grabs me by my arms and stands in front of me. You come back? I really like. And I'm like, man. I was like, ma'am, I'm going to my tailor because I had a little, you see her on Instagram, my little otherling tailor, little very thin rail woman. All right. She just sent me a jacket because she got all of my measurements. She jump up. She hold me. She like, you come back. I really like. I was like, yo, what in the hell? She basically was like,
American people ain't kind of fuck.
She was like,
what kind of fuck you give me?
I was like, yeah, ma'am, I'll come back. So then I had to, because I had to go to my tailor a couple times, I had to go around the block to avoid her ass, around the block back. I was walking the long way. I was like, just so I don't bump into her ass. And anybody that thinks I'm lying, I got this shit on video because I would wear my meta glasses. I got it. You know what? Who think I'm lying? I got time. I got the shit on my meta glasses. Okay. Let me see here. Let me see. When was that? That was February or March. People think I'll be lying and making shit up. So this is my lean tailor. That's my tailor right there. So you see her measuring me up. Nigga got his shirt off and shit. So that's my little lean tailor right there. So I ain't lying. Look at her little flat back. All right. Shout out to her. That's my lean tailor. Let's see if I can see here. I'm always going to show you receipts, but come over on locals. I'll show you for real. Where is the, when I walked up to the massage thing? Nah, that ain't it. That's in Cambodia. Oh, shit. Where is that? Okay, that's in Vietnam right there. That was the first day. Did I delete that shit? Okay, that's the tailor. Oh, you know where it is? Okay. Oh, here. Let me see. Is this it? Oh, no, I was doing a video right there. I think I need to go to recently added. You know me, I be showing receipts and shit. I have fun with the receipts. Okay, that's in Malaysia. Where's Vietnam? Okay, where's this at? Okay, damn, what is that? Okay, oh yeah, this is it. I almost got it right here. Damn, that's Hong Kong. Y'all got to travel, bro. Oh, here it is right here. Here it is right there. Look. So my meta glasses. I ain't even lied. I told you. I'm not lying, man. I told you it was on my meta glasses. Let me see. Where's the other one at? Oh, shit. Shit, wow, bro. It's good to be CGA, y'all. It's good to have a little fun. King of receipts. Yeah, man. They can't fuck with me with this receipt game right here. They be like, you out here bragging, you tricking. All right, yeah, well, anyway. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself, niggas. Go enjoy life out here and get a passport, bitch ass niggas. All right, I'm trying to. Oh, here it is. Let me see. Oh, yeah, this the one where she walked up to me. Oh, is this the one? Oh, damn. Okay, hold on. I'm about to find it in a minute. Damn, I think it's close. Oh, shit. I was wrong. I'm gonna show you right here. We're gonna show. Is this the receipt right here? Yeah, it's kind of it right there. So you can see that's in Vietnam right there. That's the massage parlor right there. That's a massage parlor. You don't see the video where she jumped up at me though, because I can't find it. But that's it right there, bro. Anyway. All right, but I had to record all my meta glasses. I'm like, let me come back and record that shit. It is what it is, bro. Yeah, there she is. She's like, oh yeah, daddy here. Yeah, come back. I like it. Go in there. Yes, I'm ready. Anyway, it was fun. Just some fun times. I thought I had another video too of her walking up. I like you come back. I like when you leave. When you leave, you come back. All right, anyway. And man, Asia is a cheat code, brothers. Asia is a cheat code. I would tell y'all, and where's Zoom to Thailand at? Okay, Asia is the cheat code. I know y'all want to think Colombia, and by the way, I'm going to be in Asia this summer. I'm going back. You know I'm going. Asia is my second home. And ladies in America, just so y'all know, there's nothing that's topping Asia. To me. He said, that's not that impressive. They just want money. But isn't that what American women want? Like, that's what I don't understand. Isn't that what American women want? That's like when older women say young women just want money. But older women have a standard for money too. Like, guys, when you're dealing with women, it's all money. Even if you marry a woman, she wants you to have a certain financial standard. It's okay, guys. No matter what you're dealing with, it's all going to be about the money. No matter what. Get it out of your Mitch Red Pill Rager system. It's all about the money. At the end of the day, it's all going to boil down to economics. But Asia is the cheat code. Whatever you can't do in America, you can do in Asia. If you're 60, you can fuck a 19-year-old in Asia and nobody will bat an eye. In America, if you're 60 running around with a 19-year-old, they're going to call the police. They're going to criticize you and say, you shouldn't be doing it and why you should do it and why it's somebody's daughter and why her brainstem in development. You can go to Asia and the shit is like, yawn, whatever. It's over. You can do whatever you want. You can walk around in Asia with 2 women, 3 at once, and nobody will bat an eye. You walk around America with 3 bitches, everybody will make a scene about it. What is this? And what are you doing? And how you get them? And what are you doing? And what are they? Nobody will bat an eye. You could be in a hotel lobby, come down, have one woman fuck her, drop her back off, come back down and pick up another woman. In America, they call the fucking police on you. In Asia, they'll be like, whatever. They be like, whatever. Whatever. He just here fucking a whole bunch of Filipinas. And he got lined up. They won't even bat an eye. Hotel will just be like, whatever. And you'll see 5 and 6 of the motherfuckers doing it the whole night, running up and down the elevator. Okay. It is what it is, guys. Whatever you guys have to deal with in terms of here in America, how they make it so that whatever you do as a man is an L. When you go to Asia, it's all a W. It's all the W. No criticize, no nothing. It's what they do. It's what it is. It's the nature of the whole tourist industry and whatnot. They don't give a fuck. That is the cheat code. Shout out to Joshua Smith says coach needs to be paid for his work. Shout out to you. DK says Strag equals Biggie bag plus buzzball. Shout out to you. He says 8+ equals $250 in dinner. Yeah. Right. So 8+ needs that's going to be $250 dinner. 100%. Yep. Like you could be at Asia. You could be at Asia and be walking around with a 4'9", 18, 19-year-old and nobody will say shit. But if I walked around with that same woman here, I guarantee you somebody gonna call the police. holding her hand at 50. But I was walking around the whole thing, the airport. We went to from Manila to Cebu City airport, all of that shit. Right by the side. Nobody batted a fucking eye. Nobody said shit. She was like 4'7", 4'8", look young as a motherfucker. Nobody said, hey, who is that? But in America, an old Karen will come over. Are you okay? Are you being trafficked? They will be calling me names, women leering and sneering at me, giving me the evil eye, looking at me like this and shit. Like, yeah, bitch. Not in Asia. Not in Asia. You can get away with a whole bunch of shit that has not caught up over there yet. And they ain't stopping it either. All right, shout out to our brother, Mr. Travolta. What's up, coach? I almost forgot the tax man gave me a rebate. So here's an ecclesiastical cut from me. He says, keep doing what you're doing. Shout out to the coach gang. That is a co-sponsorship. That's a sponsorship. Shout out to you. I'm rich, man. Man, I got some crazy stories about my Asia trips that I cannot tell on the internet because there's some bitch ass niggas here that don't pay. But shout out to our brother, Mr. Travolta, who sponsored today's show as well. But I got some wild stories, like the dark side of the dark side that you can't, that I look at, you know, they say the one guy is going over there, he's moving to Thailand. I cannot fuck around and tell you what I will want to do and how will I live my life. I can't do it in America. I got to go to Asia. It's a game changer. You guys are being psyopsed here. Like, look, like a successful man, like in America, as a successful man, they're like, well, you can't date younger women. You got to date a woman your age, especially in the black community. There's all these rules that you have in the black community. First of all, you got to date a black woman. Then she got to be blacker than my fucking shirt. She can't be light skinned. She can't be young. She can't be thin. Bitch got to be old, bat, flat, 50 years old, bitch that cooked soul food, ran through, single mother. Like, you gotta, like, the way, like, look at how they did Shannon Sharp. He wanted a 19-year-old white bitch. He got finessed. She got his ass stuck in for his paper. What did they say? You need to get somebody your age. This nigga's highly successful, halfway bisexual, allegedly. But they're like, he should be with that fat black bitch. I can't even remember her name. Like, that's a good pairing for you. Like that. You realize once you leave America, that don't exist anymore. I've been to Austria, Czech Republic, Prague, London, Paris, Asia, many countries in Asia. I've been to Hawaii. I've been to I'm forgetting places that I've been to. South America. Yeah, Monique. That doesn't exist anymore. You literally don't live under that anymore. It literally walks, so all that shit goes away. Have to be with a black woman. Have to be with a black woman your age. No younger than 7 years. No older than 10. Soon as you go to South America, that is over. It ends. You don't have to be restrained by this bullshit. And I'm not a passport bro per se. I am the free agent. I'm a free agent lifestyle. But once you leave this fucked up place of this judgment in America and them telling you what you can and can't do, it's literally like, okay, now you can relax. Now you can relax. You can just be like, oh, if you want to date a white woman, a blonde white woman in Germany, you can. Nobody gonna say shit. I had blonde and blue-eyed woman in Germany, 26 years old. Nobody said shit. You're free agent. You want a Cambodian woman, you get a Cambodian woman. And some women don't deal with you. Some women will be like, I don't want you. No big deal. It ain't that hard to find another one that will. You could go to South Korea. Well, they racist there. Shit, I had like 3 women in South Korea. Not one of them said they were racist. Okay. Not one of them exhibited that. Now, maybe her parents might be, but nobody stopped us and looked at us and leered at us. I walked around everywhere with that woman in South Korea. Nobody said shit. And matter of fact, this is how arrogant Far East Asia is. They really don't give a fuck about you at all. All right. They don't have any judgments. They're really not even going to stop and pay attention to you. Like you can walk right up in front of them. They don't give a shit about you standing there. They really don't care. They're not impressed that you're American. They're not impressed that you're black. Anybody that shows a video of people like that, they're in like the villages of Asia. They're like in a province area or a very small town. You go to a big city like Seoul, Tokyo, they don't give a fuck about you. Nigga, they'll walk right through you if they could. They're not impressed by you at all. They don't even know you're American until you start talking. Neither do they give a fuck. All right. They're just kind of going about their business. They mind their own business in Asia. And that's the good thing about it. In America, people mind everybody else's business. I'm giving y'all overtime too. They don't give a fuck. Even in Latin America, when I was in Colombia, I stayed in a hotel. I would walk down the street. They didn't give a fuck about me. Nobody even stopped me. Bitches didn't even look at me. Guys didn't even say anything to me. All right. You can walk down the street in broad daylight and nobody say nothing to you at all. Nobody. They're not impressed. They're not criticizing you. He must be a passport, bro. They do. They're walking their dog, going about their business. Nobody says shit. The only people that says anything is the people in the hotel lobby where they keep seeing me drop off bitches at the front desk for ID. They be looking at me like this. That's the only people that say things about me. I can go to the gas station. Nobody says shit to me. Nobody. They don't care. They're not going to be racist towards you unless you look like a hoodlum or a thug or you're wearing a fucking sweatsuit and a hoodie in 90-degree tropical weather. You're going to look like you stick out in a sore thumb and you got slides and socks on. They're going to treat you like a nigga because I would treat you like a nigga. Like, yeah, I would think you look stupid. So, yeah, they're going to treat you immediately like a nigga. So don't do that. Okay. Okay. But in America, everybody's in your business, watching what you do, judging what you post, judging what you're doing, judging who you're with, judging how you got the person. When over in many of these countries, they have their problems too. But as an American, you can just avoid all of their bullshit because they really don't care about you. Okay, they really don't care. Long as you ain't making a scene, they really will. You can pass right by and through them. When you go to the mall in any of these areas, they don't stop you. Every now and then a woman might say something and it's an older woman. Like when I was in Philippines or Vietnam, I was walking in the mall and some woman that worked in the store said something like, and she hollered out something and I went back and she went giggling. She hollered like, hey. But other than that, everybody going shopping don't even acknowledge you. They don't even see you. They don't even stop and just oogle at you. They don't care. They don't care. In America, we judge so much. We judge and prejudge. We judge who you're dating, what race they are, how big they are, how attractive they are, how young they are, how old they are, how much money you're spending, what you bought. They're watching what you buy so they can steal it. They're watching what you buying so they can pocket watch. In these other countries, I found that most people are just minding their business. Okay. Nobody really cares. Shout out to Christopher Abney says Pookie acting like sugar daddies are lame when it's their bank account that's lame. He says, you ain't mad at me, ninja. You mad at your finances. Get your money up, not your funny up. Power on, Coach Gang. Shout out to you. They mad at their bank account. And oddly enough, it's the people who actually haven't been overseas that has the same thing. Well, they just want you for your money. That's simply a person that's never been overseas that says something like that. Another thing they'll say is probably a lady boy. You've never traveled. Right? I know a person that doesn't have experience in just talking out the side of their neck. All right, because they've never been there. All right, you just say you never been there. They just want you for your money. You never travel. It's a lady boy. Never traveled. You can avoid ladyboys like crazy. This is like you see a lot more of them in America. You see a lot more of them there than in America for sure. But ladyboys work in certain places. Regular girls work in certain places. You can literally avoid them. There's a 99% chance you can avoid them. unless that you're really wanting to go there and for a lady boy, which there's a lot of dudes that do. I see that too. Okay, but if you go to a go-go club, if you go to a bar, you can avoid lady boys 99.9% of the time. They're never going to be in there. No bar or club wants them to be in there. But if you go to a massage parlor or go on the street corner, you've upped your chances by 60%. All right. Yep. You've upped your chances because with Asian people, it's hard to tell who the fuck they are. Okay. But dudes don't have experience talking out the side of their neck. I can just listen to it. All right. Anyway, shout out to Twin A says facts about the All-Star game. I was in NCR in 2004 when it was in LA. We went to the clubs downtown and there were so many women. Same thing in 2007 in Vegas. They all want money. All of them. All of them.
I got money.
All right. The basis of relationships in most countries is going to be money. Unless they're dating someone of their same background. If they're dating a foreigner, money is going to be the reason that they're dating you. You don't need a lot of it. But here in America, the women hide the money motive behind love and love bombing and care. But really, it's about money. They just hide it. They just go away around just saying it ain't about it. When it is. All right. And if it ain't about money to begin with, it certainly will be when it ends. Q the exec says, I think most of the niggas that have a problem with it are the ones who don't have the money and definitely don't have the stomach. Time is very valuable. Pay so they go away. F your uncle. This is a fact. They'll say they don't pay, but then they have to deal with women's bullshit. Coach, man, I got a woman. She doing X, Y, and Z. That's how you pay him. Okay. A woman will tell you that she's going to give you bullshit if she doesn't feel what? Secure, protected. She'll counter that by being annoying. Okay. That's how she counters that. So if you don't put her in her feminine, she's like, okay, if I have to be masculine, what? She going to give you attitude, bullshit. She's going to feel not secure. That's how she makes you pay. All right. There's no money into this. Okay. Well, he going to have to give me that attention. He going to have to give me that bullshit. I mean, you have to argue with him and text him all day. And I have to go back and forth with him because why? I'm not getting anything from him, so I got to get something. The minute you don't participate in that, guess what? She doesn't stay around very long. You lose her. Very rarely can you deal with women that you're not giving anything to where you could just text her and say, I'm coming through, be ready. And then you fuck her and then you don't hear from her again. You don't hear from her again until you're ready to fucking in. Very rare. It happens. I've had them, but it's rare. Not only is it rare, they don't last very long. Those situationships don't last very long. They'll last for maybe 3 or 4 fucks. Maybe you'll go a couple months, a couple weeks, and then she off to something else. Shout out to our brother Braylon Scruggs says, new Money Mindset subscriber. Thank you, coach. Shout out to you and joining the Money Mindset. We'll give you a sponsorship for that for sure.
I'm rich, bitch.
Yes, indeed. Okay. And for the people who never traveled, it's tough for you to even tell you how to avoid a lady boy because you've never even been there and you green. So, and you're never planning on going. Now, if you've been there, then that's a conversation. But just quickly, I'll share with you, but promise you'll click this link. Go to CoachRegAdams.locals.com. Best way, if you're in Asia, to find out if it's a lady boy. If the woman that you see is above 5'5" or 5'6", you're getting in uncharted territory. If she's over 5'8" or 5'9" as an Asian and you're not in fucking China, all right, well, good luck, nigga. That's probably a lady boy. All right. When you get above by 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", okay, and she has a lot of makeup and her hair is done, you're getting into ladyboy territory. You got breast implants, BBL, probably a ladyboy. You're getting into that territory, nigga. That's why I only fuck with women under 5'3". Under 5'3", I'm safe. Safer. Nigga, in the Philippines, niggas be 5'3". So you really got to go 4'9", 4'7", all right, 4'8", 4'10". to ensure it's a lady, because them little nigga Filipinos be little niggas and dressed up good like a woman. So too much makeup, lady boy. Just go ahead and disqualify. Over 5'5", lady boy. All right, I don't fuck with them. I just go ahead and move on, nigga. That's a tall ling in the land of short lings. I just go ahead and avoid, nigga. Just skip. Just skip. All right, but any Asian you fucking with over 5'7", nigga, you want to get a birth certificate because they transition and put female on their passport, nigga. So it could be a nigga still. All right, and pussy still squirt and get wet. They know how to get it wet. So then look at hands and shit like this. And if they got color contacts, nigga, you were entering into transgender color contacts. Now, I know some lings that wear color contacts, and I'd be like, hey, I would have called you a lady boy, but I done seen the pussy already. So color contacts, lady boy, big hand. You don't even have to go to the hands and the feet. Just look at the height. Look at the excessive makeup. Asians tend to not wear excessive makeup unless they're a strag. All right. And there's a lot of strag Asians out there. There's Asians that only fuck with niggas, and they are strag adjacent. Tattoos and shit all like their neck, big ass eyelashes and shit, and heavy makeup, because that's what niggas like. And that's why niggas be over there fucking with so many lady boys on accident, because niggas like strags. So them women figure out, and them lady boys figure out how to dress like a fucking strag, and y'all niggas go over there. So I tend to go for plain Jane Asian women. Plain Janes. Plain Jane Asian women tend to not be lady boys. Bitches that's dressed up with big booties and big titties and BBLs and shit, and showing they midriff off and looking like tattoos and shit, tend to be lady boys. All right, that's what you fucking with. All right, so I tend to go with washed out, plain Jane, small, petite, short, flat booty, ling-lings. Little titty ling-lings and shit like that. Once you get into breast implants, you fucking venturing over to fucking trannies. And they're good with their transition work. They're not like America. American transgenders look like men still. When you go to Asia, their hormonal system and their plastic surgery will fool you. So fuck around and find out. They are good at it over there. They have perfected that shit. They have perfected it in America. And yes, they be young ones too. And there'll be a group of straight women lings with one transgender nigga in the whole group. And they be 16, 17, 18, 19, and he be dressed like a woman. You got to watch them, bro. That's why I tell you, just go to the go-go clubs, go to the go-go bar, go to the bars. Just deal with them, and there's a 99% chance you getting pussy. You getting punani. Once you go to the streets, once you go to the restaurants, once you go to the massage parlors, once you go outside you rolling the dice. That's how you get around in Asia. Dudes be out there cold approaching trannies and they don't even know. Talking about they getting phone numbers. All right, though. So that's how you get around that. But I don't want to pay. Okay, you got a 60% chance you're gonna be in there with a transition person with a little ding-a-ling between their legs. And they rarely gonna tell you. Now, I do find that they are open-minded about telling you because they don't want to get killed either. But sometimes they don't tell you. Sometimes they'll tell you just so they know they don't want to get killed up in there. All right, but you got to be careful. That's why I just go right to the bars. All right, let me go to the bar. Let me go to the go-go club. Go-go club, 99% chance. Mama San ain't gonna give you no motherfucking chick with a ding-a-ling. And y'all ain't hit me up with this game. It's crazy. Shout out to Braylon in the building for being over on the Money Mindset. And I got another one here. Did I get QD exec? Stay off the streets, bruh. Garrett Twin A says, thank you for the OT coach. He says, keep me entertained at work. Also, soon as this divorce is done and our $1 million house is sold, I'm moving to Southeast Asia. If I don't get 50-50 custody, that's your first priority, is to get 50-50. But you headed to Asia, Southeast Asia, to have some fun. And somebody said, I did that in South Korea. They had a bunch of Filipino girls up in there too. Here's one thing that I'm going to tell you. We call Filipino women see Mexicans. It's not a joke because they do have the Spanish background. It is legit. Number one. Number two, culturally, they're more like Mexicans than anybody else, even though they tend to look Asian. Not all Filipinos look Asian. Some of them look Indian. They have a variety of them, and some of them are a lot of mixed. So you don't know what you're getting depending on what region of the Philippines you're in. But they are the Mexicans of Asia, meaning that how Mexicans operate in the West Coast and in the United States, they tend to move where work is. So do Filipinas. So I was in Hong Kong, in a club in Hong Kong, and the woman I was with was a Filipina. I was like, fuck. And I was like, how did I get a Filipina of all the women? And I picked her too. Started talking to her, and she happened to be a Filipina. So they move across Asia to find work. All right. Especially the young women, they end up finding work in these capacities and moved in traffic all over Asia. All over Asia. So yes, you can be anywhere in Asia and have a Filipina in your lap. So they're like Mexicans. Like you can't move around the United States and not find a Mexican. Like you could go from Texas to Colorado to motherfucking, they gonna be a Mexican there. Georgia. Same thing in Asia. Especially in that industry. You work around and fuck around with a woman and she open-minded, she gonna be a Filipino. All right. It is hard to avoid them. It's hard to avoid her. It's hard to avoid her. I'm like, I'm in Hong Kong. I want a Hong Kong bitch, not a Filipina. I still took her though, but and all Asian areas right here are different. So you go to the far, there's three Asians. There's three Asias. All right, but they're all different. There's Far East Asia. That's China, Japan, South Korea. That's the Far East. That's a different ball game than the Southeast. Southeast is Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, in these countries, right? That's the Southeast. That's two different ball games. Whatever works in the Far East ain't gonna work in the Southeast. Whatever works in the Southeast is not gonna work in the Far East. Two different economic structures, two different games, two different backgrounds. Just that I throw Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia. That's Southeast. Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines. That's Southeast. Singapore. That's two different ball games. Then you go to South Asia. That's India, Myanmar, Bangladesh. That's South Asia. Those places. Those are three different Asians. Three different Asians. And don't think the women in South Korea and South Korea and Japan going for what the Filipinos. Nah. The women in Far Asia don't need to do. They're not desperate. And it is not going to be wide open. In Cambodia, it's going to be right there in front of you. Right there in front of you. You can't avoid it. Thailand is going to be right there in front of you. You go to Korea and Japan, you got to find the shit in a building with 8 floors. You better have some money. And you might go up there and they be like, no Americans. They turn you back. All right. You ain't going up in that motherfucker. So you got to find it. You got to go through a fine-tooth comb. Hong Kong, China. You got to find it. They ain't going to be on the street. And it's out in Philippines. It's going to be on the street. Dirt cheap. In Korea, you might pay up to American prices. Okay. Okay. You might pay American prices, and the mama san gonna smack you in the fucking face. You're gonna have to fight the mama san if she start running her mouth. All right. So it's a completely different ball game. It's a completely different ball game, completely different culture. And Japan and South Korea, if you don't know the language, you cooked. All right. You cooked. You are cooketh. You better learn the language or go somebody that know the language or find a woman that speak English. All right, because you ain't getting no help. You go to South Cambodia and Vietnam, you'll find some people that speak English. They know how to speak English. They'll help you out. All right, they'll help you. Shout out to Sizzo says, just showing some love to the coach and the coach gang. Have a good weekend. Give me that Uncle Earl, please. Shout out to you.
I got money.
So you want to speak Japanese and Korea when you get there, or be with somebody that does, and you're going to get helped. All right. But yeah, man, it's a little bit tougher. Shout out to our brother Twin A says, tell them to stay away from lady boys. Do the Leo check. He says, or is it too much game for these ninjas? Too much. Too much. He says, Japan chicks want to marry you now. Yeah. Whereas I would say Japan and Korea, they will latch on to you pretty relatively quickly. All right. And want to marry you up if they want to. If they don't want to, they won't deal with you. And black guys, they don't all like big dick. All right. You do have to understand that big dick is not something that they all like. They might want to experience it here and there, but they used to dealing with Korean niggas and niggas with little millimeter Peters and shit. They ain't all trying to get their back blown out with big dick. Like, that's not a big thing for them. Like, they're curious about it and shit. But they not trying to get dicked and wrecked and torn up on the inside. Like, they ain't trying to get blasted and broken half. Like, that's American women's thing. That's typically American women and older European women that want to get stretched and beat the brakes out. Typically, Asian women gonna be like, I want to avoid that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get my shit split in half. So they'll avoid it. They'll be like, nah, no, thank you. No, thank you. Nah. They'll just look at you and be like, nah. I mean, there's a curiosity to them, but they'd be like, nah, I'm good. So you got to find the ones that want to get wrecked. And that's not an easy find all the time. That's not an easy find. They're not trying to get wrecked all the damn time. Maybe here and there, but nah. So that's an American thing that goes away for sure. Anyway. Yeah, see here. And then when you do it, they're not really ready for it. They'll be like, you know, they'll do it once or twice and need a break. They'll be like, nah, you can't come back today. Come back tomorrow. My shit's sore. All right. They'll tell you that. That shit's sore, man. That ain't, it was fun and all, but I think you hurt me. Cassie Joy and Daphne Joy, man. All right. And Daphne Joy couldn't really take it. You can see her. She couldn't really take it. All right. She was like struggling to take all that. So they ain't trying to get blown out. Like American black women trying to get blown out. They trying to get wrestled. That's the thing with black women. Like, black women, it's hard to satisfy them. That's why the slave masters used to use them as bed wenches and shit. Because they're insatiable with the sex. Like, you got to wrestle and grapple a black woman. You got to put the bitch in a headlock. You got to, with a black woman, I don't care what type of black woman. With a black woman, it's like this. Nigga, you in the ring like this and shit. You like, all right, you got to get in the ring, put her in the collar and elbow tie up and shit. Do a power struggle. You got to do a test of strength and shit. Put your hand up there. Put your hand up there. You got to, bitch, I got you and shit. She got to come back with you and get you back. She got to jump on top of you and shit. Like, oh, fuck. All right. It's a ground and pound. It's an exercise. She be pressing you down and shit. Like, yeah, bitch. Yeah, nigga. Like, whoa. The nigga got to be like, there, you back there. And she like, harder, nigga. You like, she like, harder. You like, God damn. Like, so you got to be like crazy because they're bred for that. They're bred for this type of activity since the slave plantation days. They've been used like this and they have fantasies about shit like this. This is why they be going crazy. You know what I mean? It's like the last man standing fucking match. You be like, damn, let me take a break. She be like, you need a break already, nigga? You like, oh, hold on. Let me just towel off real quick and shit. Let me get a drink. She be running, she ring the bell for you. You like, hold on. God damn, is that I need a minute. Hold on, bitch. I need 1 minute. This ain't a marathon match. She looking at you. That's all you got? Oh, fuck. Damn. You're like, how long you gonna go at this? Oh my God. Anyway, especially the ugly, fat black women, you know what I mean? They can't. Fat, black, ugly women, you got to take their ass to task. You got to take their ass to task, bruh. This shit for the world championship when you get in the ring with a fat, black, ugly black woman. All right, you about to go take her ass down. All right. You got to tranquilize her ass. You got to be ready for rounds. You gotta go into the ring and lift the fucking apron and go under there, get tables and chairs, sledgehammers and shit. You gotta be like, oh, okay, this bitch came to play. All right, I got you. All right. You come in there with the steel chair. Wham! All right. Shout out to, oh man. Gotta hit her over the head and knock her out. Shout out to our brother here. It is Twin A says, I had an MP. I frequented it in Los Alamitos. He says, I wore this one girl out and I got banned afterwards. Be careful. Okay, that's the tough part about them. You got to beat it up till it's stanking. And it coming in stanking already, but you going to beat that thing up. The room going to be stanking. That's how she want to beat up. Just the room smelling like Badussy. All right, shout out to y'all, man. Look, I'm out of here. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah, we're gonna be out here. We got locals on Saturday, Money Mindset Sunday. Hit the links. We out of here, gentlemen. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you for the support. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bay. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm trouble, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gon' run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is